We can need anything else, Alex, let me know. Gentlemen, welcome into the CMG Showdown main event. The weeks have flown by, but we stand at the end of 3 weeks of qualifiers, and with some surprising seeding, it's time to watch the top 16 teams in Europe and North America go at it for $10,000. Runway shook things up early on, and we'll see how that continues in the main event. Thank you all for joining me here. I am Kresnik, as you might know, but I'm here with a newer face, someone that I haven't been able to talk with in a while, so I'm pretty happy he's here. 90s Night. Alex, as I might refer to him once or twice throughout here, it has been a while, but I'm happy to be here breaking down the CMG Showdown with you.
Yeah, good to be here, man, and good to see you as well. It's been before the pandemic, I think, back working at the High Res Studios, working at Smite World Championship. So it's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm happy to be working on Roka with you, having things kind of come full circle, and having someone that I know I can rely on to kind of talk things through. And we're at a bit kind of a different setup for how we're kind of rolling into this with how the teams have kind of been walking in. We're going to be coming in, I think, to a match kind of in progress, but Rogue Company, we're in a best of 5 as things have been compared to previously. In some of the weeks, we're seeing some new game modes kind of brought in, and a little bit more of the pressure is on here.
Well, I've been in the background. I don't know if you knew this or not, but I've been the observer for the Checkmate Gaming Rocos. I've been following along. I've been, directing, help the whole process go down, behind the scenes. So it's good to be up here and get to cast with you, because we do have some incredible talent happening. These guys coming up and competing for this $10,000, they're going to be bringing out all the stops, and I can't wait for it.
And some of the stops have honestly already been brought out. We are coming into a match in progress in a little bit. We can check out some of the replays from match number 1 that we were able to spectate, that we did not necessarily able to see, but we can check out the highlights here. Cordiality, again, I think a team that's been impressing from earlier weeks, and they're seem to be bringing it here again here. It was a close game from what I saw earlier, but not actually sure who walked away with it. We're probably going to find out here shortly, as the game did manage to finish up.
Yeah, I love that feature. Oh my God, excellent shots with this sniper. Oh man, I'm not sure what was this this matchup. Have we seen this before?
I don't believe we have. I think the Cordiality kind of ran through early bracket and really kind of went relatively uncontested there. Huge Seeker ricochet since that buff. Hope to see that a little bit more often, honestly, having some of the extra bit of damage. We're watching it again. Does that mean it's another one? Yeah, okay, that tracks. That seems to track with what I expected after the changes here. And Runway actually getting through the bans, that's something that I don't know if we were expecting as much. Maybe she's just a little bit less potent on this map in particular, but she was pretty heavily in the ban column in some of the later matches in week number 3 as teams are picking her up. But you can see, once again, second half still locked in from both sides, including the Fixer the same. And going into this half, it was 4-3. Things were fairly close between these two teams, and Cordiality should have been favored moving in, as now we can see on the bottom they did end up taking away the map, but Innovators are keeping it close for sure.
So this was first round?
Yeah, this was the very first round. I believe this is the 1 versus 16 matchup too, and Cordiality did end up winning it, as we were able to see, and we'll see if they kind of ended up running away a bit. No, it stayed fairly competitive, so I have high hopes for moving forward. If maybe Innovators are more of a respawn team, kind of hard to say what they did, but they were able again to win a lot of these rounds and kind of bring them right to the edge here. But Lockdown, I am fairly love watching this map being played on demo. I think teams have been kind of figuring it out as it goes on, and it's like that's kind of clear by both of these teams being able to put up such great offenses and defenses on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, this is super close. Looking at these players on, Nash, we got Who's Dat. We've got some pretty big all-stars here, and it doesn't look like they're walking away with it at all. I mean, this is a real close nail-biter.
Yeah, and that's 100% what we want to see in the main event, right? Everybody kind of pulling out all the stops there. Is that went to 7-6. That really was fairly close by the schedule. We can look at to see what other matches will kind of be happening here, if they all hopefully are quite as close. We can only hope for that. Actually, we're looking at the overall, kind of the roadmap with what we took to get here. Main event where we are now, obviously 3 weeks of qualifiers. Big gap in the middle as well, so 2 weeks for those teams to prep. This is where some of those teams went. But September 4th, that was where Cordiality ended up getting through. So this team has had a lot of time to wait. I don't think anyone's even seen gameplay from them outside of Scrim since the runway update hit. So they're coming in basically totally fresh to this and a lot of time to look at tape from some of these other teams. But all the qualifiers, you can see at the bottom, were best of 3, were single limb. And a bit of that is going to be changing here in week number 4 in the main event. We're going to see best of 5. We're going to see double elimination. We're going to see a new game mode effectively brought into the mix, Alex. It's going to get a little bit different down the line.
Yeah, and that's a big deal for a massive event. Like, we have the $10,000 on the line, and then it's just throws a wrench right into the middle of it. I mean, what do you think could be the big difference there with this new game type?
It's Strikeout. We've seen it before, so some of these teams that have been playing for a little bit longer, I think they will have maybe more of an advantage here. But these respawn teams, we always talk about this when we get to the main event, they have a much better chance to get some of these upsets. You know, you look at these teams that may be a little bit better at King of the Hill when you're playing in the qualifiers. It's 2 demos. No matter what, if you lose both demos, you lose the set. But it could get close if you are just better than the team on those respawns, on those little bit more of chaotic modes. And I think all that kind of adds up to helping them kind of push towards the big prize at the end of this year at 90.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be just a little bit of a confusion as far as preparation goes, but I think these guys are more than willing to, get through it and be able to take this one. When you go into all of those qualifiers and you bring all the confidence, you're ready for this big one, and it's going to be exciting to see what kind of new meta will be brought to Strikeout.
Yeah, but we'll see what meta comes out. If it pushes them to want to win this cash, you got to bring out all the stops if you want to be walking away with $6,000 potentially. And definitely a big gap. I mean, 4K between first and second. You do not want to be the first loser in the end of it. 1,000 for third, 500 for fourth, and we're paying all the way down to 6th place. So if you end up going out, I think loser semis, still get quite a few bucks. Can get some nice skins if you wanted to see it. And we have a lot of teams here competing to get this cash if you want to look at some of those teams that are kind of battling for it here. But again, this prize pool, it is huge. It is what these teams have been fiending for since week 1 all the way at the start of September. It's been a bit of a long month, but these teams have been really going for it.
Wait, who's getting skins? I want some skins. You said somebody was going to get skins.
Well, if you get 4th place, if you're 6th place, 5th place, that's when you can submit some of that cash on some Robux. You can walk away with a little bit of that. We got an update coming up fairly soon. Got to be ready for it, right? That's probably what they're hoping for on the other end of it. If they want to get some weapon skins, since you can kind of spread it around everybody now since that mastery change. That's something that I'm excited to see. I've been able to cast this month courtesy of my schedule, so finally able to kind of be here to see this. And we can see on the bottom there the keys to victory. As we were mentioning earlier, I really do think it is prep for Respawn in particular. That and being one of the first teams to take advantage of Palace being in the rotation, something a little bit new there. If you're the first team that's kind of really taking advantage of that when it comes around in the rotation, and if you're just really sharp on Respawn, you have a huge advantage in these sets. And I'm sure if there's anything you can think of for what will kind of push these teams over the top here, Alex.
Honestly, when it comes down to the most pressure, when you got the most money on the line, it's really going to come down to making sure that you just go back into your comfort zone. How much practice have you had? Because it's too late by now. Like, it's not like, you can just activate a different level. Like, it's not that simple. It's going to all come down to the practice and how much time you've put in, and just really resorting down to the basics. So hopefully these teams can come out and just give us a great show, and I'm sure they will.
Yeah, play in your comfort zone as much as possible while also kind of angling your bands, if you can, towards the other team. If you have an inkling of something that they like to play that maybe is a little bit off the beaten path, take it out. Just get rid of it, and then you can sit more in your comfort zone, as you mentioned, right? If you can get rid of something a little bit special, or if you feel like you just want to sit on the normal. I saw a lot of runway glitch a little bit earlier in week number 3 when I was trying to catch up on some of the matches that I had missed. Could expect to see that continuing. We've seen Anvil and Vi, I think, pressuring on some of those more respawn-oriented modes, but there's a lot of different teams with a lot of different play styles. We can see where all of them have ended up here, set up in the bracket for the main event. Cordiality Innovators, that's the match we're going to be watching here today, and Justice Roko, you're not used to seeing them, maybe not in that top left position. Cordiality, sort of denying them that chance, but a lot of matchups kind of balanced all over there. But like I said, Cordiality were the ones that kind of shoved Justice there out of the way. They are forced to play against Stiff Shark here early. And I did watch Blue's kind of breakdown of this bracket where he was talking about some of the teams to look out for. Big Lentz there in the bottom right playing against Gaming Gorillas. He said they were a potential force to look out for here, a dark horse potentially playing against Gaming Gorillas, who made it to the finals of week number 1. That could be a tough ask here. And 97, from spectating the games, are there any names here that the teams that stand out to you from what you've seen from watching that?
I think one of my favorites was Justice. We had some really close matches in those. Just absolute nail biters. Like, it's a real big difference when you're observing a close one compared to just a slaughter. A slaughter, you can basically just keep it on the all-star and the kills will just line up for you. But in a close one between two close teams, it's usually going to be a hunt. Like, you are just switching between points of views, and it's really that balance that you want to find between the different players, and it's all very strategic. Very difficult, actually, but we've had some real fun ones here in the past month, and it's all led up to this.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Justice kind of getting in those close matches, getting pushed to the edge, and even losing in the case of what we saw previously. We'll see if main event Justice comes out here, but I got to say, all eyes probably on Cordiality, on Gaming Gorillas for what they were able to put up in week 1, and if they can repeat now that it's been a little bit of time since then, I would say here. But we'll talk about where we are starting. We are looking, so as I said, all eyes on them. It is going to be Cordiality versus the Innovators, the set we got to see some of the replays from a little bit earlier. Check out the layout if we have that to see what maps we're going to be headed to next. Obviously, we've already seen Demo on Lockdown. I will say, I do have it actually next to me. Windward Koth is going to be up next, so it's a kind of a chaotic map, fairly split apart. There is one particular hill that I think ends up being a real power hill. If you can get that C hill, that third one in that rotation, you can really shake things up and make things so difficult for the opponent to really retake from. It's a lot of early sacrifices to make sure you have that power position.
Yeah, definitely. The starts are going to be huge. Get the picks. Make sure to get that good pacing, like right out the gate. Play your numbers. And hopefully, you want to get a really good momentum started in a day like this. Like, that's just basically what it is across the board in any bracket play. But today is very important. Get that early momentum and just start snowballing. Just, run the show.
Yeah, if you can get a clean win this early in the bracket, that's definitely going to propel you, I think, a little bit forward. But in this matchup in particular, I mean, I feel like Innovators were so close on map 1. We saw that scoreline being razor thin near the end of the Demo on Lockdown. If they don't take this one away, I'm worried about the mental game. If they know they're so close but just getting kind of knocked out as they get a little bit further, I think this is almost, I want to say it's a must win for them if they want to show that they can take them down on respawn, because they got them so close on the demo, on the bomb plant mode. They have to prove that they can take them down when things are a little bit more chaotic.
Do you remember some of the key plays in that one that really put them over the edge in that demo?
Well, either way, it was competitive. We're going to see some more plays, though, right away, because we're ready to head right in. We don't even have time to talk about that. Windward, King of the Hill, will be where we are starting today, but they've already started a little bit before. Already a 1-0 lead to Cordiality. The Innovators hoping and praying to stop the momentum when things were so close in the previous map. But it's our first look at Respawn here in the main event. And this is one of my favorite maps for King of the Hill because of, I think, that strategy that you see on those early sacrifices that you really don't see in other places. The rogue selection here. Phantom, actually, someone I haven't seen quite as much here. Runway on the other side, but I think, with the weapon mastery changes, definitely expect to see here a bit more. Great passive. She has her ability to follow up a little bit slower than some other rogues. They don't have to necessarily be quite as aggressive to really chase some of that down here, but not surprised on some of the other pickups here. Kestrel, Lancer, obviously, and Runway. Someone who's getting banned quite a bit, but my assumption is this was more of like an Anvil Vi kind of standard, what you'd more expect to see on King of the Hill-oriented bans. As the teams are jumping out of the plane, heading down all on their hoverboards. Everyone's made it that far except Key. Seems a little bit behind the times. At the moment, that's Key Wonder, I believe. So they roll out to go to this, head off to the first conflict on the first hill.
All right, who should we probably follow here in the beginning? Probably gonna, Rix will be fine. Rix, we've seen some great highlights from him already today. So I'm sure he's gonna bring that one in to this game. He's gonna try to push up a little bit weak, but should be able to work well with his team here. Immediately gets melted. That's gonna be 2 down. Oh man, Nash with a good nade. That's going to even it up a little bit. And here we go with the control coming in.
They already, it's Cordiality with the hill now. It was fairly even at the beginning though, as we saw kind of with the way that they were trying to shift in. They are holding it, and this is probably what we're going to see immediately. I don't expect Innovators to really contest this again. We're in scrap time at this point, 12 seconds remaining. They're already pivoting over here, but you can see Rixie kind of in the way, might be getting hit by that inside. Is he far enough back? No, caught in the corner now, getting pushed from above. K30 mowed him down from up top. We're going to see a lot of that in the kill feed, I'm going to assume, with that Mastery switch up, one of the stronger ARs, and it's already kind of opened the door here. Class now sitting in the hill, but can't really stay inside because of that utility, and he's already getting pressured by 3.
Excellent play around the box there. Going to get the perfect bait in. Silhouette with the down. Just going to wait it out. Knows that there's players around. Just going to play this one slow. Rick's playing some good. Just making sure to keep aggression there. But there's going to be 2. Backs out. He's going to try to stay alive, but then doubles back. Gets taken down. Who's dat? Playing aggressive. Going to be on board here with Friends. Friends? Does anybody have friends? Friends?
He's hoping. He's hoping to find some. We'll see if
going
he,
to get yeah, he's going to get a nice little flank there, and he'll be on that adventure. He'll come around in a second.
He's hoping to find friends, but if this flank doesn't work out, some of his teammates might be looking for new ones. We'll see how much it pays off for them. Who's that? Oh, actually finds Class. Not ready for him whatsoever. No chance. Didn't have headset. Must have been off for that one. But Francis flank actually working out there, getting Who's that from behind. This lets them kind of shift into that third hill. The one that I said is very powerful. So important for them to hold. As they have this great position and now stuck in potentially a respawn loop. The Innovators do something innovative, I think, if they want to break through. The throw into Semtex here, taking a lot of damage, caught with Util out as Silhouette. They just keep this stable hold for now.
That's a big tell what Clash just did. Pretty much a tunnel vision play, trying to hide on those stairs, not really using his camera to his advantage whatsoever, and just giving a free kill to Who's Dat.
Yeah, just it's an audio thing at that point, right? I think he was purposely 3Ping up front, thought they were going to be coming around from cannon side from the initial A hill, but just not going to be the case. Class now mowing down 2, getting finally knocked on point, getting just delaying some of the time that Cordiality have been slowly gaining here, but seems like Demo, I was hoping for their sake that they were able to win that demo, you know, off of gunplay and strategy, maybe just barely being beaten out, but it seems like Cordiality are thriving where things are as least cordial as possible, as running around the map, winning some of these gunfights, holding that C hill, and now they have to get a flawless hill basically on this hold on this D hill if they want to be able to win this first round.
How many times has Cordiality been on the show and you've used that one?
I have not been able to cast them yet, so 1. And you know what? Now I'm not going to do it again. Now I can't do it again. Now that I've been called out live, there's no chance for me to do it again, but it seems like a chance might be opening for Innovators. Oh, okay, I'll get one, but I'm not going to do it quite yet. I need to hold off on it, I think, for a little bit.
It. If they make it to the finals,
hold off Cordiality. I'll have to. That's when I'll spend it here and spending that Semtex early, using a lot of damage on that, trying to stop them from pushing. Is Rixie on the runway, just slowing them down honestly for a bit, but it's a trade here as they have this hold, but it is desperate. They just cannot fall down, and that second down is already hurting a ton.
Here we go. Only a few more points. Big wins here. Good damage put down. VPB all day. Look at that. They go down though. Rix getting some great shots in. And that one is going to be just done and dusted. That was just domination.
They have a moment still. That overtime is still ticking, but I said it's
moment.
literally hanging by a thread. If they lose control of this hill once, it's over, but they're making it work. That's a couple kills right in the way. That's 3 downs. I don't think I even can, but they might force me to here. I don't know if I have a choice of imagining this, but literally they cannot lose. As soon as someone gets off the point, it just is, there's no chance for them. They keep that demo lockdown so close, though. I don't want to say this is out of reach because it seems that they keep reaching out, finding these aggressive pushes, and it is paying off in class. Not even getting pushed away from that forward card. Silhouette winning the next gunfight as well. We're getting this thing fairly close now, Alex.
Just got some intel that Friends is actually Joker. So one of the big-time all-stars I usually love keeping the camera on. Joker just unreal. Putting up some big work right now. We've got Nash with the downs. That's a double. That's going to be a triple by Nash to end this one out.
And held so close near the end there. That, I think, is my first look at the real power of Runway with those gadget refills, because there was incens and semtexes, and it was just burning on the point, and they could not withstand it. Normally, we talk about, oh, if you hold the point when they respawn, then they can throw nades in again, you know, make it really hard for you to hold. Now they don't even need to do that. Now they get even more. They can just cover the entire point with that pressure and make it significantly harder to last through. I think it's probably why Nash is where he is on the board with that extra bit of fire. And the Halo drones obviously coming in from Joker as well. The artist now known as Friends, formerly known as Joker. But that is got to be a bit of a boost to Innovators. They held that for a hell of a long time, and that got to be feeling a little bit better heading into the second round.
Oh, beautiful shot from Rix. Lands the second one, not going to be able to get the follow-up, but that's okay. Lands the third one. Oh, if he would have hit that no-scope, that would have been beautiful. Cannot stay alive. That's going to be Joker taking him out. Joker being able to stay this top spot, holding it down, watching these key lanes here. And that was just beautiful work right out of the gate. Good shots coming in, good headshots. Going to use that. That is going to take down one, but that was a trade.
2 for 2 now. But Cordiality are still holding on to that first hill. Again, this is just scrap time at this point. We're going to see the rotation now hopefully coming in from Innovators. But Cordiality already has B. They can pretty much rest on this, and they need to... Those people that are capping A hill right now, you can see Nash still over there. I was going to say he's going to swing back over and clear them out, but it looks like Rixie doesn't even need help. That's 2 down on the hill defense. That high ground control that was coming out from Joker as well, probably very crucial for that. And we're looking at a 55-0 so far. Are they just going to set up on C? Or are they going to try to break this? It looks like they might not have a choice. They're running right into the LR-15 in the hands of Rixie, taking a lot of damage and still sitting with a goose egg up top.
They shouldn't have even taken that death. They should have just kept it. Just let it go. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of time that you're going to be missing out on, but at the same time, you can easily make that up, which they've proven last round. They have what it takes, but right now it is just going to be really tough to make anything happen towards this hill. You got to just get set up for the next one and hope to get a big one.
It seems like their pushes onto hill, honestly, are a little bit out of sync from what I've seen. You can tell they were kind of running it alone. They're losing a lot of players, still 99-0 now. How are they looking on this C hill? You already see Silhouette kind of below it. Key holding close, but that's a 2v1. You're not going to win that. It's going to kind of rely on this 2-2 now, but look, they're both on the low ground. They just walk in and take a relatively uncontested hill. Silhouette does get 1 down, but it's just a trade, and it's on the respawns, I think, now that are going to be coming out from Innovators to see if they can actually flip this, but the bounce nade goes a little bit further than they would have liked. Joker holding on as strongly as he can. VPB does knock down Who's That, who is holding one of the flanks. That should make it a little bit tougher, but Joker not taking a ton of damage. Even in this 1v3, he will get 1 down. Will be kiting around, keep trying to melee him, and still falls. This was their one chance. I think they had to really get something on the board, but it's just falling apart for them.
Joker, you absolute freak. He always pulls out some crazy thing like this. Love watching this guy play. Look at that. Oh, the reversal Uno card, man. Just beautiful work by Joker. And, you know, that whole confusion is really what bit him as far as going in and giving up too many deaths before getting set up for this hill. I mean, they were so back and forth. It was like nobody was making the play call. Everybody was hesitating, and then they were just feeding the kills constantly, and that really is what ended up just leading to their demise. I mean, they could have easily just held on to a position, made sure not to die, give up numbers, but then as soon as they started giving up numbers, that's when the opening occurred, and it was all over from there.
And like, what can you say about that last round too? It was a 150 to absolutely nothing coming back from Innovators. And I think that first round, I said, I think this map is a must-win for them in terms of their mental. That first round might have been that must-win, honestly, after getting so close near the end, but just getting overwhelmed by utility. I'm a little worried about maybe how they felt about letting Runway through near the end. The fact that they were getting kind of just overpowered as the rounds went a little bit further on. I think they might have been kind of second-guessing it as they got in, but we can check some of the replays from this one. There were some hero plays from both sides, I think, but it was all cordiality near the end.
This one, I mean, come on, man. You got to 3P that. You got to 3P. Like, come on.
It was 3P, and it was just a different angle. You
could have watched both angles easily.
I think it's too sharp at that point. He was trying to, but just couldn't make it happen. Still,
you know what?
I think I gotta
appreciate you right now. I appreciate you giving him the benefit of the doubt.
That's what I'm here for. And Rixie's here apparently just hit everything from some of these pushes. So close on the takedown with the KA-32 and his infinite ammo that he has to just basically free spam, not worry about putting down, basically covering fire, but trade it out near the end. I think that's the part of Runway's kit that's honestly a little less important than the utility refill. Something that is going to be consistently important, I think, throughout the rest of this main event. And he probably had a bullet left. I was hoping he would have spent it there to take him down, but he just wanted to give Joker the montage moment.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think so, though. Once again, you've given him the benefit of the doubt. I think he just got absolutely stomped. It was very unfortunate. This was Joker's house. He just made it his home. He put in some extra damage. It took out 3 people, essentially. Just a big game out of him. Cordiality, not looking, just looking great. Innovators are really going to have to step it up with this if they have any chance in hell at a reverse sweep.
Yeah, Skyfell will be the place where they have to do it here. Strikeout, again, it's a game mode that maybe these teams have been scrimming, but none of these teams have necessarily been really going in on as much because it's not present in any of the previous weeks. Cordiality, honestly, probably the team that would be the most likely to have put in the time scrimming it more than some of the other modes. I mean, they knew they were in since, September 4th? It's been a little while that they've been kind of in the know that they would be here as the number 1 seed playing against the number 16 seed in the first matchup. So this will be a tough ask, I think, for Innovators to come back, especially after that final round. But we know they have it in them from what we saw in round number 1. I think Innovators can do it. And game number 1, yeah, exactly. They got it so close both times. It's just coming into this map right off of that tough loss. I mean, what's the procedure for the mental reset?
Oh man, not knowing the guys, it really just depends. Like, are these guys old heads? Are these guys young guns? Sometimes it really takes that one guy to step up and be like, "This is what we're doing wrong right now. We just need to focus on this one game. Those are in the past. Forget about it." And that kind of quarterback mentality is really what needs to be brought to any type of situation like this in these tournaments. And hopefully that's what these guys can do and get back into it. Because like we just said, game 1, very close. Round 1 in game 2, very close. And it was shocking what that comeback was. That was almost a dub there for them. And Innovators could have turned it around big time. So I still think there's that opportunity. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it was literally, again, so close, but they just ended up standing in a fire. And that wasn't, I don't think they even had a choice. I think they were pretty much locked into that. But Skyfell, Strikeout, I want to see these teams kind of be out of the King of the Hill mentality. I feel like I've seen too many teams in previous main events. I was going to say previous weeks, but it's only in the main event. In previous main events, kind of giving away their tickets when they go down. I know that we're used to just throwing it away once we go down in a respawn, but every ticket is important. Every ticket is crucial to winning. I've seen games be decided by one ticket that maybe you just bled out because you were tilted that you died a certain way. Like, I didn't turn around fast enough. 24 hours, so I'm just going to respawn. And then, we lose by one ticket. All right, that's on you if your teammate was right there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can go for that res. It's kind of what gave Justice the edge on the initial gameplay because they played so oriented on respawns and that. When Strikeout was first introduced, they struggled, and then once they put their flavor on it and they played to protect their tickets, they ended up in a very solid position.
Yeah, and you got to think about the meta and where it's at and where we're at as far as the esports of Roku. We are just in the beginning stages of it, and we're seeing more and more talent start to flood in. And so that really is what's going to create the different play styles. And once you get game types that are going in and then coming out, and then, that just shows that there's a lot more growth that can be had in Roku with the strategies and the tactics that are available for, there's a bunch of tool sets and there's a lot of options.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of tool sets, a lot of options, and we'll see how any of them are utilized here as we head into map number 3. What could be Innovator's last map of the upper bracket? If Cordiality can close this one out, I'm sure they're going to be wanting to do that. Considering the seeding difference, probably a little bit of a confidence boost for them, but Innovators have kept it close. I will not put this anywhere out of the realm of possibility as we head right in to this map. Strikeout, once again, back in the rotation. It's the main event. It's best of 5. We have to see these teams with a full mastery of what competitive Rogue Company has to offer. See if Cordiality has it or if Innovators have been putting in the work.
What a beautiful map. I think this might be one of my favorites. Skyfell has always looked so darn good. It's just clean, man. Real clean.
Yep. And Runway and Scorch just got a confirmation. Those are the bans here for this map. So Cordiality were the ones who got rid of the Runaway even after their little bit of success with it last time. But Innovators getting rid of the Scorch. It's fair. I think she's a great duelist effectively when you run in. That overheat obviously giving her a big advantage in that, and just getting rid of some more incens. I know that they don't have the resets with that without having Runway in the game, but still one less you have to deal with, especially with a Dallas on both teams that is going to be bringing that to the table. Teams are headed in here. It's going to be the B-site building to start things off. This is, I think, where a lot of the fights happen on this map anyway. In demo, we'll see if the Seeker will get the damage with it again. Since that change, a couple more downs with the Seeker Bow. Nothing this time. Nash is going to be the one to kick things off.
Oh, excellent placement with that grenade.
Oh, no.
Going to get the follow through. Perfect placement. And now just going to back up. Try to play his life here as long as possible. He knows he doesn't have any help. Now he's going to go in for this little quick flank. Gets the double team. Woo. Excellent job by them. Joker taking down Silhouette with some good movement there. Now going to just wait it out, trying to double team anybody else coming on in. Waiting this one. It's going to be the absolute best play to make. They have the power position.
They're still holding out here. I think I saw a little bit of damage with the bow there. Sticky Sensor is behind. He clears it out, so a little bit less information that they have to go in with. But Rixie knocking him down. That Devotion, and they're just pushing out here. So much aggression from them, even if they're getting flanked by VPP. He just loses the gunfight to Nash. That cannot feel good as Nash is pushing and hunting for more. Silhouette was there on the side, not willing to go all the way in just yet, and they are protecting their tickets, just like I said you have to do. Cordiality, thanks for listening. Thanks for knowing exactly what I was hoping to see from some of these teams. Nash, think seeing blood there, maybe didn't need to go quite as far as he wanted to initially. Joker now caught out, but just isolating VPB. That is a trade, but they have such a big advantage. Trades are fine.
Joker was 1 HP away from dying, was able to grab a kill in that amount of time. That's the things that cannot happen. Excellent movement out of him and execution. We've got Joker once again. Almost would have landed a great grenade there. Not gonna. Oh, he does. He lands it. Who's that? Gets a pick as well. Key comes in. Silhouette. That's going to be 3 down for now. But excellent job around there. Just being able to look around, check his flanks, and be able to pick up those really, really big kills. 7-2.
Yeah, and they're just trying. Innovators are trying to find a way to get back in, but it seems like they are just struggling, I think, to really make it. This might help them, though, forcing back Key with that Incen. Rixie now pushing up top. Actually, wait, this is the flanker that they're catching. Interesting, they did manage to flip this back one more time. No tickets are mating, so again, they have to protect every respawn that they have from Innovators, but they have the point that's going to be a consistent drain, but you can see how close by all these members from Cordiality are. They could burst out at a moment's notice. I think it's about the focus fire, honestly, that's going to come through from Innovators, and how, if they can pick the right targets that are getting close, they're the biggest threats.
Here we go. Looking for the peak shot. Silhouette just going to play this one out. Gets triple teamed and taken down instantly. Good job by Who's Dat getting the angle. Here we go. 28 health. Going to just play this one slow. Waiting to see if anybody's got an angle. Not going to be able to. And this one looks like it is going to be easy pickings here. 4 tickets to 0. There we go. 1 player left. Gets some good headshot dinks in there. Who's Dat? Going to get class. And there we have it. First round.
The burst through near the end, kind of spreading everyone out. Once they got isolated, once they got forced away, that kind of death ball that Cordiality had formed close by made things a little bit difficult for them. You could see them kind of hunting them down again because they had such a strong ticket advantage. They can make use of it. Every trade was going to be in their favor. No reason really to not end up hunting that one down. Who's Dat with a solid performance map? Round number 1, 10 elims, 6 downs. Key actually kind of equaling him there. Kestrel passive, not even keeping him up though, with I think the assists and other assorted bonuses that Who's Dat were able to get, keeping it close cash-wise, but we've changed sites here. We'll see how different things are going to be. It's on the outside. This one I've seen flip quite a bit. It's just a tougher one to hold. Joker will be able to get it on their side for now as they deal with this flanker early. His first firefight might be with Rixie there. Got a little bit of team damage. That even might make it a little bit tougher for them, but the gunfight's outside. Still going the way Cordiality as well.
Class and Key. First picks. That's going to allow a good bit of aggression here in mid. Going to be able to push them back. Got Cordiality just looking too darn good right now. But a pick on Rix. That's going to be huge. Now we've got the movement coming in through the middle. Going to try to take over this lane. Got some good shots coming in, but he's going to be able to survive. Joker with a pick. Who's Dat gets class downed himself, or I'm sorry, eliminated himself. Rix gets a kill on a VPB as well. Oh my God! What? Wait, that wasn't a shot, was it?
I think that was him hitting the sensor.
Yeah.
But it was a quick reaction. Regardless, it's still intel denied, right? It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing necessarily there. What timing from Who's Dat? Just playing off that audio, and this is looking very difficult right now for Innovators, walking into some very strong defensive angles that the members of Cordiality are playing. Another one for Rixie, and now look at Joker kind of lurking up forward. Thinks they're spawning maybe on this side, but just now realizing that it's flipped. Rixie, I guess, is just going to hold them off all in the front himself.
Yeah, he's 3Ping, just making sure to get that communication off. Great shots.
Oh,
gonna get the kill on a Silhouette. Rix just having a great day. Great day! Oh my God! Rix is just starting to heat up, and he is not looking to slow down anytime soon. Getting that excellent angle on the Silhouette. Lands 2, lands 3.
What a shot.
Rix is on fire.
He might be literally about to be on fire, depending on how close that Semtex is to him. Nope, just far enough away for him to stay standing for now. 13-0 on the tickets, and seems like a theme almost here in the respawns. Round number 1, a little bit close. Round number 2, a little bit more distant. But, again, not impossible to have a comeback here. Nanosmoke is going to give him a small advantage on this fight, but Silhouette not able to find the spray right through it. Cordiality are getting the respawns, and only 36 seconds left for the members of Innovators to come in and flip this hill before it just ends the game on them. And they're finding some picks on the outside, but they have to be so protective of their lives.
Here goes the little stalemate. We've got just slow play happening now. Not much of a chance here, but hey, there's been crazier things that have happened.
You are not wrong on that. We've seen something almost happen on the previous map at the very least. They're gonna, as long as they don't take any fights, they can just slowly drain. We'll see how long it will eventually end up going here. 8 tickets now left for Cordiality. So what's in a solid position, but I feel like this has to feel risky. See where his team is around him. They're not really covering that left side. That is kind of an opening that he's almost giving up to them. With that, but now pushed right into the open. You can actually see the angles they had. Now they're swinging out from the back. That's 2 members of Innovators down, and these last 2 have to live against an onslaught.
Yeah, Nash goes in, Who's Dat comes in, and there we go. We are 1 round away from ending this matchup, and I don't know, man. It's going to take a miracle. Looking at those statistics, the assists just aren't there. The downs not there. I mean, their gameplay does look like they are able to hang for certain situations, like they're able to push back certain lanes. They're able to win certain gunfights, and we see multiple times where Innovators are able to have numbers and take positions, but then they just let it fall. It's very confusing to me because their skill is there, but Cordiality, their teamwork is just they're a unit almost every single time. As soon as they take over the map, they don't let it go.
I feel like a big part of that has to come down to the fact that they are playing this with such big advantages, right? We haven't seen Innovators operating from such a strong position of power, so Cordiality can basically sit there and say, I'm going to set up this push like this. You'll go here, I'll go here, we'll have these 3 angles covered, and that kind of lets them it lets them look so clean. But speaking of position of power, how I haven't seen Innovators in it before, first time for everything, they've walked in right onto the 3rd site here for Strikeout. They've flipped it, they have the ticket advantage, and now they can set up the way that they want. Who's That has no idea the Key is close by, but these Halos, they don't connect the way that they wanted to. Joker finds one as well. Key forced into a very open sightline. It's just going to give up his life because he knows there's really no chance to flip it. And suddenly, I was going to say, now they have time to set up, but they don't even get the chance. Cordiality knows the pace they have to play at, and they immediately flip it back.
Yeah, that one play was able to do a lot. It bought time. He was able to say exactly the numbers that were coming up the stairs. He was able to get some damage down. There was a lot of progress that happened, even by him just dying right there. So that was able to help his team big time. And now Joker just trying to get some good angles in. Watching the flank. Easily going to get some damage down. Not going to be able to land the dart, but is able to just challenge this one. Getting some good progression off on that Class. Oh no, VPB and Class almost goes down. Key is able to get 2.
Wow.
But this is a much closer one than the past 2, so there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance for Innovators here. They are keeping it close, and then some of the others caught in the fire, though, is Key. Gonna have to throw it away near the end, and nothing from the Halos. That's a 1 for none trade. Just so difficult for them to have at this point. And Ricks, they got to get that res on VPB. But VPB doesn't do it. He just throws it away. He just goes for the res. Even now, Cordiality get the flip. So the one advantage that they had on the side of Innovators is just gone. They still have a ticket. Again, it's a better situation than we've seen in some of their kind of stabilized moments, but still difficult. Now, there it goes. VPB is downed. Gives the ticket away. One more for Innovators, trying to keep it as close as possible, but Silhouette just dies on the run in.
Perfect team fire happening right now. Getting that crossfire off, just not allowing any opportunities for Innovators. There's just been too many mistakes on their side of the game. Excellent job by Riggs there, getting the crouch strafe, and there you have it. Cordiality looking too hot this early in this tournament. This is great.
Yeah, gotta be, again, that's how you'd hope that the early games had gone. I'd say, honestly, that demo might have been more of a concern for them, considering Innovators, but clearly they're no slouches. I want to see how they do kind of in the lower bracket now that they've officially been sent there. I think they have a shot at kind of making it quite a ways after how we saw them perform there. Some of their setups were fairly solid. I think just the Cordiality synergy and that synced push is always going 2 for 1, going for those trades constantly. They were always ready to equalize if one of them made a misstep.
There were so many double teams in that entire series. We watched the highlights from game 1. It was just nonstop team shot and team fire from Cordiality. Yes, it was pretty great to see the clips of Rick getting those amazing picks off with the snipe. That's going to be huge as well and be a lot bigger towards the later rounds. But ultimately, it was the consistency of that team fire and being able to get those double teams and triple teams nonstop. I mean, it was just overwhelming for Innovators.
Yeah, for sure. I think overwhelmed near the end by Cordiality, but we can see kind of a look at the whole series overall. Watch this bounce. There we go. I just want to see more of that. Hey, you know what? Thank you. Ask and you shall receive. We're going to see more of it right now, and it's still both times. That can't feel good on that last run around here as they walk right over the C4 from Joker to the end of that. This series, again, was very close, razor thin near the end. I think they did a fantastic job of keeping it close from Innovators, especially coming in at the seeding that they were at. And they shouldn't feel, I think, too discouraged from this, especially because they're going to be in the lower bracket today. So if they're too discouraged, they're going to have a much tougher time down there. This was still a game that was so close by. Small mistakes like this are things that you can kind of fix and figure out over time. If they could just find out kind of how to play more consistently and respawn, we could see a real threat in our hands.
Honestly, adapting is a huge part. Competing in a double elimination bracket, adapting when you go down and learn from that first loss, that could mean everything, because sometimes your chemistry, the way that you guys are playing, the strategies you're using, you just got to switch it up. And when you're able to make those changes in the middle of a tournament, you could go on a long run. I've personally done it. I've seen it done plenty of times. And it's just one of those necessary things that really separates the champions from just the pros.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see kind of that fortitude, I think, from both teams, depending on how they go in the bracket, how the rest of this goes for Cordiality. I think Cordiality's next matchup is actually already decided. I'm going to hop back over to the bracket
on mine
just to double check.
What do we got?
I believe it was a fourth earlier. They're going to be against Empire of the Sun from their side. And from what I'm seeing across the bracket on my end, not too many surprises. Well, I think we'll have a chance to take a look at that later. But Cordiality, again, we want to keep our focus here. I think they are a favorite to make it very far, if not go all the way, and win in those finals against Justice. They were able to do it before, but I was saying that how their strikeout looks, I think, is going to be a really big part of that, right? If they can stay strong in these respawns, and clearly after a 150-0 in the King of the Hill earlier against a team that was looking decent, and a very strong performance in strikeout, I think they are looking poised to make a deep run.
Yeah, that round, I mean, I was talking too much about Innovators, really, about their misplays, but you also got to give the credit where it's due. Cordiality were just they had such a grip in that 150-0 round, and it was really, really exciting to watch, to see that level of play. They had each lane just held down. They were able to make sure that nobody was going to peak without having some type of damage put on them, and the players on Innovators did not really get the hint. They were just running headfirst into shots and getting taken down immediately. So that Cordiality round was just beautiful on Windward.
I know that's, if there's anything that Innovators can take away from this into the lower bracket, it's pair up on some of these fights. You know, you were getting kind of paired up on quite a bit, a lot of trades going back, and when they did pair up, sometimes they were still losing to the pair on the other side, but at the very least, you have a much higher chance of a trade if you're moving in together. We'll see if they do that in the lower bracket.
Just way too easy. You do not want to give up easy deaths at this level, and that's going to be a big one for Innovators. Hopefully, they can smooth it out.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see from them. Cordiality, I think, we'll want to see that continue for them if they can kind of roll forward here in the bracket. I want to take a look really quickly at the maps we'll be seeing next. I have it open on my end. Favelas will be the opener for what we'll see in the next round of matches in the upper bracket. But for that, I think meta wise, I want to see that Seeker kind of get pulled out again on in the matchups that we've seen. I love watching kind of the Ricochet downs that we were getting on lockdown, even if it was just from the replays. It's always it's my favorite thing to see from Seeker since he's been added. It's the coolest tech, if you know those lineups. I think there's some on Favelas that we'll see, especially depending on the bans that come out, if that Anvil's taken out from holding that site close by. If the runway gets removed just because people don't want to play against her, I think we have the chance to see it, and I would love to see that in that end. If there's anything in the meta that you haven't necessarily seen pulled out quite yet, Alex, if there's anything that you're hoping to see down the line here in the main event.
I mean, I'd love to see the switch ups, but like I said, I just hope that these teams really just play the same game they've been playing for the past month. You do have to risk it to get the biscuit, but at the same time, just stick with what's been working. I mean, these winning teams have been on the top for a reason, so just really keeping it, at where they're comfortable. Like I said before, that's what's going to be important. But yeah, I just was kind of curious why on Skyfell they banned Runway. Like it was going good for them, and I don't think Innovators would have banned Runway. Why do you think Cordiality did?
I feel like it's kind of either team having it just kind of mitigates the advantage of that respawn right if Runway throws down. The gadget gets the refills to everybody. Normally, when you hold that site, you kind of lose your utility over time. I think they were worried about just the flips causing a more volatile game. They wanted the game to be kind of more in their control, right? If they're not getting double utiled on site, I think they wanted to keep it in a way that kept things under control and let them kind of stay strong. They're the top seeded team. They should be the more coordinated, strictly on paper. Speaking of that seeding, I want to look at the bracket. We can talk about this and see who has moved forward. We are still waiting on the winner of the Homie Squad versus the Go Fluffy Rangers. Great name, I do love that. But I think not a lot of surprises really. It is a top seed beating lower seed most of the way, bar that Empire of the Sun Beefy Buffalo match. I think that might have been a forfeit. I'm saying that purely because that game was already done before we got into this one. But still, Empire of the Sun do move on regardless. Right Turtle versus Corrupted Minds. Something we could see. That should be a good game. Corrupted Minds did make it to the finals of week 2. On the other side, I mean, it's a lot of names that I saw Blue mention in his bracket preview. So shout outs to him for, I think, being on top of things.
Yeah, Blue is just always in the know, keeping track of it all. Shout out to him. Gotta love Blue. And he also, if you guys didn't know, is a accomplished voice actor now. I've run some little back and forths with him and helped him, get those lines down. And he's gotten a few gigs. So shout out to Blue. He's been doing awesome and running the Roko scene just beautifully. I know he is really excited about today, and he is tuning in right now. So shout out to you, Blue.
Yeah, if he's excited, as we all should be. There's a lot of exciting matchups ahead of us potentially here. If we look at this bracket, I mean, I think after that matchup, I expect to see Cordiality moving forward. But Right Turtle Corrupted Minds, I'm sure you've watched both of those games if you were observant in the previous weeks. I'm always leading Right Turtle, but I know that they had some tougher matches. I think in week number 3, you think Corrupted Minds can hold them to it, maybe move on to go against who we assume will be Cordiality in the semis?
As an observer, I know the players' names so darn well, but when it comes down to the teams, I feel like they just go through different team names every week, it seems like. I cannot remember. Who are the players on Corrupted Minds? Sorry.
It is Volta, Tickens, Giroli, and Just Kizaki are the 4 on Corrupted Minds. I believe they made it to the week 2 finals against, I'm assuming it's Justice, and I'm not sure how their showing would be against them comparatively, right? But Right Turtle, I mean, similar roster to what they've kind of been showing in previous weeks. What we've seen from them, honestly, for months at this point. I mean, Slop, MS, Pulsa, Prosper. That's a roster that we would be expecting to see kind of go pretty far in previous months, even with, I think, playing only in week number 3 this time. Different seeding maybe, but they're still going to have to play against the first seed Cordiality, we assume, in the semis if they get there. Could be a good matchup. But on the other side, between them, because Corrupted Minds, again, not quite sure how they're going to match up against Right Turtle after their matchup against Justice. But, I mean, Justice, Roko, Nice Mink. I think Nice Mink made it here on points, so not a win under their belt. Justice have that experience versus them. But Gaming Gorillas could be a team to kind of fear on the semis as well.
Wouldn't that be a story, though? A non-winning team qualified through points, show up to the main event, the $10,000, winning a 10K, not qualifying off a win. I think that would just be excellent if we could see that. I don't see it happening. I don't think it has happened yet in Roko Esports. So, yeah, that would be cool, though. And looking at Just Us, we can pretty much assume that it's going to be a road pretty easy traveled for them. They could possibly match up against Gaming Gorillas or the winner Go Fluffy. I love that team name. But who on this one do you think is going to be the closest, besides the possible matchup of Justice and Cordiality?
Between the perspective, the potential ones here, I think Justice Gorillas could be a solid game. They made it all the way to the finals of week 1. I think that'd be one I'd be hoping to see in semis if they make it there. But Nice Mink, I gotta say, just looking at their roster, who they bring to the table, this could also be one to watch out for, even though it's only happening in the corners, even though it's a team that is qualified here through points primarily. I mean, they got NetJ, they got Canny, they got Bluffist, they have names. And how those names work together is another story, but
right,
they made it here already. That's clearly some proven thing. If we do end up getting an eye on that at some point, it's one I think could be fairly close, and I'd hope it is.
Well, there's something to be said for names. Like, you can't look at them by themselves and be like, oh, well, just because that team does have some good players, they're going to be great. But at the same time, what it comes down to is how those individuals are going to perform on any given day, and especially when it's 10K on the line. I've always had this mentality when going into shooters. I think someone taught it to me a long time ago, but it's teamwork cannot be forced. It's when two players make two good decisions and they come together at the exact same time and pull it off, execute. And that really is what teamwork is when two intelligent players are able to make a good play and it is faster and better than the other team. So you can't really force that teamwork. If these teams have come in and they've got, tons of, maybe they've got weeks and weeks of practice in, but they're going up against a last-minute squad that, has the names on it. The names at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be performing under the pressure. And once you get used to that, you're at a huge advantage in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. If you make it there under pressure, you're going to be able to succeed once you get to that point. And we'll let you guys know really quickly. We did find out where we're going to be watching after this. The Homie Squad just took down Go Fluffy Rangers. Unfortunately, to anyone who wants us to say that name over and over, as I'm sure we want to there, but Gaming Gorillas, Fank, Cool, Pix, I think EXO are going to be against Homie Squad, who won that previous one. And some names here I have seen in previous 10Ks in previous weeks. Billiam's a name that stands out to me. Saka, I remember specifically, I think Blue said he was a newer player that had to really perform in this level, which he hadn't been able to do before. I think I remember him having a decent showing from what we've seen, but we'll see if he can kind of maintain that here. But Gaming Gorillas won. I don't need to say the one. Not sure why I added it that time. I think they have to be the favorites going in here. They had a great showing week number 1, just like Cordiality. They were able to kind of hold off until weeks following. So they were able to kind of hide things that they might be showing here in the Runway update with the mastery changes, with Runway herself being in the meta, all these shifts that really do change things are now kind of coming in, and they've been able to hide all of that until now.
Who do you think of these rosters and these players? I know I've been watching these guys for months and months now. Has made the biggest leaps forward as far as the effort they've been putting in, the wins they've been making. Who could really be on the top of your list as far as improvement?
Improvement in general is a tough one to judge. I feel like we haven't gotten our eyes as much on Homie Squad as I would have liked to. Honestly, the fact that they're here off of a win, I think, is a big deal. They have had. I've seen their names consistently. They've been performing early, but usually they're kind of early knockouts. Them in the quarterfinals is a good look for them. I think just across the board for them, that would be solid. But again, I'll point towards Soka, so a player that we said last time had, I think, to stand out. Wasn't necessarily fully standing out, but performing. And now we'll see if we can repeat that here. But we'll look at the maps that we are seeing in this quarterfinal matchup. Just to let you know, Favelas is going to be map number 1, as I mentioned earlier. Cough on Palace. No image. We have Windward to kind of stand in for it for now. Breach, map number 3, will be Strikeout, the newer game mode for this. Favelas, once more, King of the Hill, and we will end on Demo on Windward. So I'm going to be able to cast Palace for the first time. I think we saw some of those vertical hills when I was looking at earlier matchups here, but again, I feel like every time I come in, there's always something new for me, whether it's Runway, whether it's Palace. I feel like I always end up seeing something fresh.
Having two Favelas, that's going to be big. If one team is going to be a lot stronger in that, then that could really end up being the difference maker. Breach strikeout, though, that's going to be fun. I think that's going to be definitely, already it's the wrench that's getting thrown into the mix, but being on Breach, that can be pretty darn exciting. So Favolous, Demo, Palace, King of the Hill, that's pretty standard. But then we've got 2 that could really shake things up. And a good one to end it out on. Windward Demo could be pretty darn exciting if we get there.
Yeah. I mean, if we get to Game 5, I've seen some very tight Windward demos. Hope to see it there. If we make it all the way the distance, I think that will be decided on how this first game goes, I'm going to say. I think Favelas is a map that has been changing in recent times, just from what I've been able to see. We know that previously it was this kind of everyone just attacked B, this just tight lockdown up top. If you tried to drop, you just got gunned down from the ramp. That kind of leads from A to B. Now teams on attack are pivoting a little bit more. I mean, you play those anvil shields, get that bomb down, and then suddenly this post-plant situation is a little bit easier to play than the actually trying to break down the door on B and clear out all these buildings that someone could be ratting inside. Teams are figuring out that going to this low ground, even if you give up this high ground, to rotate, you have to go into a big open space, and that makes it a little bit easier to play.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that we just see a Gaming Gorilla 3-0 easy peasy here. So as far as the advanced strategies, the starts, it's going to be interesting right off the bat to see what Homie Squad can bring to the table in this demo. We're going to take away a lot from this very first opening. I can already tell, just to gauge where Homie Squad is really at today. Like you said, they're coming off a win, which gauges pretty well. They could possibly be set up for some success, but Gaming Gorillas, we've seen them before. We've seen how well they can play, and hopefully Homie Squad can make it a good one.
Yeah, definitely want to see that if they can kind of really pull it out. I did just get a little correction, courtesy of Blue, as he often does, but he is always welcome. Gaming Gorillas did have a bit of a change. EXO not playing Rugi is going to be in, and I recognize his avatar on the CMG site more than so I know I've seen him come in before, and I remember being fairly impressed with him. So I think that's not a downgrade by any means for the members of Gaming Gorillas having him on the roster, but I think it'll be our first look with him kind of in the mix there. But seeing this coming in Favelas, we've seen a couple of runway bans, I think, across the board so far here. We're seeing kind of a consistent, like, runways out. We saw Scorch a little bit earlier. I think we've seen Vibe ban. We've seen Anvil ban. Those are more on respawns. Yep. Anything you're expecting to be taken out? Do you expect them to kind of stick with the tried and true? We see runway out. You see maybe glitch out, depending?
Not really, honestly. I don't think that there's going to be too much of a, like I said, risk it to the biscuit. It just, I just don't see it happening, really. I don't think that's a good move on a day where it's strikeouts getting put into the mix to start trying new things and experimenting and making anything more happen, because these guys know each other. They've played each other. They're practiced against each other. They know what each other is good at, what game types are good at. So they know what to expect, and they're going to ban accordingly.
Yeah, I think that's probably solid and expected there. They're going to kind of stay kind of within their lane, partially because they do have so many different teams that they had to prepare for. It's entirely possible that even though they were going in, they were saying, all right, look, Gaming Gorillas could be saying, all right, we are keeping our eyes on Justice. We're keeping our eyes on Cordiality. Those are the two teams that we're more concerned about than anybody. And maybe they have something in the pocket for them that they'll be pulling at that maybe they've done in scrims. Maybe it was done against the Homie Squad in scrims. And now suddenly Homie Squad are expecting this kind of pocket strat that maybe isn't happening. There's a lot of potential layers, I think, to the way that this could go out. But I'm going to say Homie Squad, if any team's going to have a pocket ban, right, if they're going to try to explicitly target a player, get rid of, maybe someone's just sick with Dallas, right? If they want to get rid of that, I think that would be more likely to come from Homie Squad trying to punch up in the seeding more than Gaming Gorillas, who are keeping their eyes on the prize. We can look at what the bans actually will be, though. We do have that now ready for you. So once this ends up shifting in, we will see it's Vi and Runway. So Vi, not necessarily just on respawns as much anymore. You don't want that corner pressure. They're going to get rid of her. That's an Incen out of the picture. That's the Vile Poison out of the picture. And Runway. I think seeing the effectively OP, not necessarily that, but how teams picture it, rogues being banned by the higher seeded team is something that we've seen historically. I mean, Think about how long Justice were just banning Fixer, kind of apropos of nothing. Oh, never mind. That's a flip. They don't want to deal with Vi. Vi a little bit stronger. Homie Squad, the ones that don't want to get util dumped on.
No, that makes sense. It does get the Vi out of there. Runway, that's the new, that's going to be the newer strat. Don't want Homie Squad don't want Gaming Gorillas to bring out any new tech on them. So these do make sense in this first map, but it could change up going further. They could learn a little bit something about each other. They could bring out some new toys. Who knows? Maybe there's something that they're keeping secret for the big day.
It's possible, but there's a lot of big day left, and there's a bigger day tomorrow. So if they're keeping it a secret, it's either you pull it out now or you're really holding on strong. Well, I think if we see anything like that, it might be on the respawns a little bit later, right? Once they see how that demo goes, once they kind of give each other that litmus test of how well they're going to go, then maybe we'll see some of the more desperate pocket strats coming out from either team, depending on who ends up the victor here. But everyone has played a lot of Favelas demo in particular, so and this is something, a map and mode that's been in the game since the very beginning, since fairly early on. I mean, as soon as the early alpha gameplay went from extraction to demo, it's been something that these teams have put the time in on, even if things has changed from update to update, whether it's the Hot Rogue Summer, whether it's a Seeker update, whether it's now the Runway update, even with Cannon looming on the horizon, still playing kind of fairly similarly, I'd say, other than as teams are kind of figuring out how they want to approach it, rather than necessarily it changing drastically purely because of the meta. But still, I think expected from what we saw. Vi, we're going to see her a lot more in the ban column. Don't want to deal with the incense spam. Don't want to deal with all that corner pressure. Runway, so much util pressure that she can add to the team as we go. But this opens the door for quite a bit. I mean, Glitch we might see taken out a bit. We're probably going to see him in. We've seen a lot more Dallas than I was necessarily expecting to see, thanks to the incense, the reveals, and the ability to just throw the solid rifle on him right now that the mastery's out there.
Right. Yeah, definitely. There is a lot to be taken into consideration right now, and it's just going to be big, making sure that you're ready for the coming day and tomorrow. It's just going to be a major shift that you're going to have to make if some of these teams bring out something that you just aren't going to be able to handle. It's going to be tough. But hopefully, Homie Squad, they bring out the upset. I would like to see it, because that would be like, you can't look past us. So quit looking at cordiality. Quit looking at justice. Don't look past us. That's rude.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to us here. We made it. We won our RO16. We're here. We're in quarterfinals. It's a named round. It's not just round of numbers anymore. You gotta pay attention to us, and they've at least made us pay enough attention to get on the mainstream, right? They are here.
I can't tell you how many opens I've been to or competed in where I would see like a top seeded team in my bracket, and we would look 2 or 3 rounds ahead at them and be like, talking about what we need to do to beat them. And it's like, why? Don't do that. Like, that's what ended up biting us in the butt like 4 or 5 times. I remember, I can think back on. That is a big mistake to make. So definitely don't look past this team. They're in the winners. They're still winning, and they are here to take you down. And you just cannot look past that, because all it takes is just a couple hot moments, and then all of a sudden you're in a corner, almost you're facing the losers bracket. Don't let it happen, Gorillas.
Yeah, Gorillas gotta stay strong. I think honestly it can go both ways, right? Because you go in, you're focusing on this one team, maybe you get kind of blindsided in the way. But if you're also coming in from a lower seed and you're like, all right, we're playing cordiality, we're looking at the top seed already because we're sick. It's that ego boost you get, right? So you just need that in shooters sometimes. Some people they just cannot hit shots if they don't think they're the best player in the server. And
absolutely,
if you're already looking to the top, if you're already looking to the prize, then you're going into every game that's not the finals saying, all right, well, we've won this already. Some players play better in that mindset. It really does vary from person to person. Homie Squad not necessarily going the distance in the past could help them kind of make it all the way there. We won't have to wait too much longer to find out. Favelas lies ahead of us. Demolition again, once again, map mode combination that's been there since the beginning. We should see some seriously practiced strategies here from all the, what, again, we've seen recent changes. Teams have been shifting the way they like to attack Gaming Gorillas. See how quickly they've adapted to that. If the homie squad can take advantage, if they can make that upset happen. But Gaming Gorillas are keeping their eyes firmly on the prize. They want to move ahead here in the agent selection. Speaking of agent selection, there has been a change. Runway will be available. They changed their ban before they went in. Their homie squad want to play with Runway. They're going to get rid of Glitch, so maybe a bit of a target. Find out and see how they kind of pivot this immediately here as the bans have been decided.
Oh, an interesting flip there. Okay. So
I think
now
actually,
is that in? Sorry,
I think it was the other way. I think the Vi. Sorry, I think it's Runway and Glitch because Vi's being hovered right now, and I saw her banned on the in-game screen. See if that does end up going through if they need to remake, but I'm assuming it's going to be Glitch and Runway. Makes a bit of sense, but we're gonna see Vi. I mean, she's already locked in by picks.
Yep.
We're gonna see Vi if she's available. She is so strong, forcing you out of angles, forcing you into uncomfortable situations.
I don't know if you did this on purpose, but you just rhymed Favalos with ahead of us so fluidly. Have you said that before?
No, I didn't even know. Thank you for noticing.
Dude, you're out here just making it happen. You're rapping it all day. You got the rap going on. I'm loving it, man. These players are on fire today, and so is Kresnik. Gotta love it. But yeah, it looks like a little switcheroo there. Was that in the rules? Is that a thing they can do, or was that just a mix up?
I think it might have been a flip potentially on the team that changed their ban. Well, here's the thing. We'll probably see them not jump out of the craft at the start if it is that way. Regardless, looks like we're going to be going in. I think these teams might be comfortable the way things turned out, or maybe, yeah, we are going to be heading in. They're flying in, so I'm assuming that is the way it is. Vi will be available and will be played from Gaming Gorillas. They were allowed to play on this high ground. They are attacking first. Like I said, attacks have changed a lot on this map, I think, recently, or in the last couple of weeks, at the very least. Pressuring this high ground used to be the name of the game. It's all you would do. You would play on this B site, smoke everything out, clear out small garage, and try to walk in. And when you do that, this sort of thing happens. This Dahlia holding here on the left side, nading through the smoke randomly. That's 2 down, so they got the pick up, but it is not looking good for Gaming Gorillas already.
Good lord, look at this play from Ruji. Am I saying that right? Ruji? Ruji is able to land some excellent shots. Rouget, maybe there's a little, twang on it. I don't know. But Rouget has just been able to have a great start already. Picks up another one, and that is the first round. Beautiful work right there. Cool. That's cool, Matt, from Paladins, right?
It is. It is the same. It is the same cool Matt. He shortened it to just cool because he's too cool for the rest of his name. Also, probably didn't want to get mixed up for the GM of the Houston Outlaws. Regardless, he's just cool now, and he is maybe a little less cool. Maybe needs to warm up so far in this game after that first round for them. A tougher one. They kind of got overwhelmed loading into this. They are rolling out one more time, going to try to stay up top. It seems so far no late pivots. You can see Cool and Fank are already going to be pushing here up top with one player watching mid, but it's a straight stack up top. This is kind of classic favelas, what we've seen in the past. Hopefully they don't die to nades this time. not much else, not another way to say it, really. There was a lot of nades that they got hit by. Got to make sure that doesn't happen again. And they're playing with the fear of God in them. They're holding back a little bit. They do not want to get caught by that same exact strat. That pure presence of the Dahlia is slowing things down.
Yeah, that's a big pick. You don't want a mistake like that again, so I like that decision. You say the fear of God, but I just say being cautious, making sure not to fall for the same trap. We've got here we go. It's going to get a little aggressive. Slides on by, and I got some intel. That is Rugi. So Rugi going to be able to land that down and is moving in here with Fank. Going to land the damage in. Going to take himself out. Good shots by Hoppies to win that fight and also stay alive and get back. We've got 1 down for each team, and the fight is looking totally different. Rugi, though, able to get Soki down and is looking around trying to get that finish off. Not going to happen, though. Does not have the angle.
And they're trying to kind of take some space here, kind of counter pressuring. They're slowly clearing this out. The bomb is down. They're going to have to make a move forward. They actually threw an instant on it. I think they might need to move before it gets kind of re-pressured here. Hoppies finds picks, though. That might make things a little bit easier for them as he gets on the bomb. What is the coverage here on him now? No one. They got him on the other side. School tried to make it happen with the pistol onto Saka. Couldn't do it. So another round here for Homie Squad. We were talking upset going in, but this is already looking clean for them. They got the bomb down, so a little bit of extra cash in the pocket, but the round is what they really wanted to run away with.
Oh, look at this play. This was beautiful. Getting that good push. Stays alive. Oh, excellent. That's the kind of playmaking that you want to see. That's the confidence that you're talking about in shooters. If you're making plays like that, you know that they are confident going in and they are ready to make those big-time, game-changing pushes that is just vital for winning big 10Ks and, you know, major matches like this against some of the best. So, like you already said, being up 2-0 here, it's looking pretty easy for him
so far, and I think Soka has been impressing. As I mentioned, we said earlier when we were watching him on a previous team, we said he was a kind of a player to keep an eye on. You could already see him playing that kind of deep off angle on that far side, making him again kind of be conscious, and playing conscious has already been working for him. That's 2 rounds, I think, kind of in a row that they've been able to do great pressure with that Rugi. That is unfortunate. I don't think they're going to end up getting anything out of it unless they really run it down. There was already a cross angle, but they misjudged the Halo drones, so they're going to trade out 2 here, though. Big on that fantastic push there. Finishes off 1, downs the second. They're instant out from this, but they still can't go for the res, and it is only
got the
Rugi
res
left. Spent running away. They do actually get it. It's just, sorry, Fank and Rugi now, but Fank goes down. It is once again only Rugi left with only 10 HP. That is everybody fallen. Soka, I said it, got to keep eyes on him, and they clearly got to pay attention. That's 8 elims for the Dallas, playing that deep off angle, consistently applying that pressure.
Look at Rugi over there. 4 downs by him alone. His teammates really got to step it up here and help him out. They only got 1 apiece, and meanwhile, it is just all the cash in the favor of Homie Squad, looking so darn good off the bat. I think I predicted this, that the very beginning is really going to dictate what we see from these 2 teams. I don't believe that Gaming Gorillas is going to roll over. This is definitely going to be a much closer match, and it's going to be beautiful. Rugi getting the headshot dink right away. He's going to say, no, thank you. Not going to peek that one.
Gotta, again, make them play scared. Put on that pressure. They got to do that from either way. Gucci disengaging cool is finally being able to kind of walk back in toward that big garage. It seems like they might have been actually misreading. Maybe a bit of a fake from them on that low ground. They drop the bomb because Fank gets caught in the rotation. He was the bomb carrier. And now if they have that under their control, it's going to be so much harder for them to go in. Cool trying to make a fight happen, but over forcing it. Hoppies and Gucci are there. Gucci finds a second one with Rugi getting wiped out. And what just a powerful defense from them. That's a 4-0 so far. So clean for them at this moment. Just with great crossfire. We talked about how trading was important on map number 1 of the last set we watched here. It's clearly showing here in map number 2. The team with the better trades is the team that's winning.
Well, you know, it really will come down to, you know, what are we going to be able to see from Gaming Gorillas on the other side? What are they going to be able to bring out? Who plays this side better is ultimately what it's going to be like. But right now, the start is just beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Homie Squad doing this just right, getting the right intel, seeing where they need to put their numbers. They put 3 on the left. Going to get that coming through. See the X-rays. Know exactly where they're coming from. Pixie going to try to see what he can do to make a move. He's playing safe, though. Playing real safe. Not taking too much damage. Fank almost goes down. He is really hurting over there. He's going to try to get the heck out of Dodge, get back to his team. They're making moves towards the mid. Rugi's there waiting for him to help him out, and there we go. Billiams, though, lands a huge pick.
That was a trip mine on the players that tried to push for it. That cannot feel good, especially when that's your bomb. Players have to move out to get that bomb, and they're going to get it planted now, but they had to give up a player for it, and still, 4 strong, stand the members of the Homie Squad, Alex.
Yeah, this is going to be big right here. I mean, that is just a real big mistake to make. Saka does get a pick on to Rugi. Excellent shots by Fank. Fank's going to try to make something happen here, and he does! He gets the dub. Oh, man, that was beautiful little play out of him, but that's just not going to be enough. But that was fancy.
He was styling near the end, but I guess style ends up more or less having no substance. You can't win the round off of it. They still get that defuse near the end. It was still a sick play by Fank, and this is what I mean by sometimes you gotta feel like you're the best player in the server to pull off stuff like this, but they get all downs and everyone else just gets picked up. They have the reses to just end up still standing on the other side. Even with that, I mean, it's gonna feel good in the moment. Maybe it'll help him in the next duel he has if he is kind of getting that ego boost a little bit, but 5-0 is tough to get an ego boost on the other end of, right? You are getting kind of dominated in this back and forth in this neutral game.
Yeah.
They're just not able to really find a way in. They're getting the bomb down consistently, but they're sacrificing so much to do it that the post plants are always going Homie Squad's way.
I'm pretty sure Cool probably should have been downed right there. That was just a lot of shots immediately on him. That would have been a huge mistake.
Goodness.
Oh, Williams lands another?
Trip mine kill. Once
what
more.
What are these placements, man?
I don't know what to tell. They keep walking in. I don't know what to tell you. I think they might be getting a little overzealous. They just want to take space that they aren't necessarily checking, and they just got utiled on. They just got utiled on. They just walked into util. They walked into trip mines. They walked into nades. They walked into a gun, watching one tight angle. Difficult for them, and now they are looking at a potential complete 0 on that half, and will need to play a flawless defense if they want to turn this around. I mean, why not keep stacking up top, right? It's working, even when they manage to get in and plant on low.
Sure. Yeah, and is it what I said earlier? Is this what they're doing? Is they're just looking past Homie Squad completely? Because it doesn't look like they're prepared at all. They're not really playing the same way that we've seen previously. Oh, man. Big pickup here, though. See if Williams can get that third one in a row. He does have a good placement on the left side. Here we go. We see one. No, it gets taken down. Oh, man. They knew that it was going to be there. Cool does not get taken up. Wait a minute.
Oh, my God. Listen, 90s, I think you're right. They're looking past Homie Squad, and they're looking right past every trip mine that they see on the way, because they're just walking into every single one. How much you want to bet this one is going to find someone else as he starts the defuse? I wouldn't be shocked. The Incen forcing him off for now. Cannot continue that defuse. They're going to play to take down Ruby instead. And it's all on Pix to clutch this. He gets 3. He gets them all. What a turnaround. That was exactly what they needed to get one round on their attacking half. But when you have to do that to win one round,
good Lord,
that's not sustainable, Alex.
I need to see that again. Pix just killed everyone on the map. The man just went off to give them that one round that could really make all of the difference. That was beautiful. Pix, you beautiful, beautiful man. That was just exciting to see that kind of play come out when he needed it the most. But, yeah, let's go back a little bit. Let's talk about Cool getting taken down twice by Williams' trap. Just not even looking around for it. What is happening there?
I don't know. It's 3P blindness. You know, I'm always the kind of player that wants to turn off any model that I see, right? If I have my gun on screen, I want it to be gone because I know I'm holding the gun. It's not going to change anything. Maybe his model was in the way every time he pushed.
Oh,
hard to say, but Pix, I mean, what a clutch by him near the end. I mean,
go.
1 versus 3. Mo's down
2,
2, holding that master
3,
KA-30,
4.
getting everybody. And pretty sure that was his Incen, by the way, that pushed him off the bomb. So doing basically everything in that round for them. Williams trying to maintain that trap takedown, I think, here by switching to the Ronin, using the ballistic instead maybe to find them here. But they have to have a perfect defense, more or less. They can give 1 round to get to overtime at best. And it's going to be tough for not to see Homie Squad at least get 1.
Here we go. Gonna push through the smoke. Williams, he's set up. He gets the heck out of there, though. He's like, nah, I put it down, and I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna live. There we go. That is much better. Williams keeping his life. This is looking excellent for them. They could really make something happen. This could be a big win. This one win right here could make all the difference. Huge opportunity. Big Gooch gets the pickup. on to Rugi. Fank takes down Soka. And now the movement from Pix. He's going to try to make this flank over here onto Billiams. Hoppies is ready for him, though. He gets shots right away. That was a dink. Oh, but the shots come in. Pix, he's able to get some great damage down as well.
And they cannot stop the defuse in time. It was so close in the end. You saw Hoppies just desperately trying to peek near the very end. They're going to get the defuse. They could not stop the diffuser with the way that they timed it there. Hoppies desperately trying what he could. But that's a round that, again, they really needed. And they have to continue it. Defense playing that phenomenally near the end. The way that they knew they had time. I mean, if you're defusing when the round ends, it's not over. They can play their time as long as they want to, as long as they have someone there near the end. Homie Squad almost had it with Hoppies' positioning, trying to stop him, hit him twice, got him down to 55. Just could not finish.
Yeah, defense looking much, much weaker out of Homie Squad than what we saw over on Gaming Gorillas. But, hey, they've got plenty of rounds left to go here, but we're just really hoping that there's no triple, you know, you don't want to land on these mines, man. Come on. That's just a mistake you can't have happen.
All right, and now will they walk into this mine? I mean, we saw where they were. Also, Fank playing the Soka angle, same one that we saw him on last time. After getting multiple downs with these trip mines, there's no way they run into small garage and die to the trip mines, right? There's like no way.
Right?
I say,
right?
hopeful.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm willing it into existence now as much as I can, but it seems like I have actually done exactly that because they're going completely on the other side of the map. Like I said, this is kind of the pivot that teams have been doing strategically. They got a bomb plant last time. We'll see if they can get anything more with Gucci watching this cross.
oh.
Okay, that's a way to start.
Here we go. The initial push. Picks. Going to pick one up onto Billiams. Soka answers back with the trade. Now we've got a 2-on-3. Great shots being put down by Rugi. Rugi only with 2 health still. And the challenge came out of Soka there. Cool picks up Billiams. And we are going to see still a 3-on-2 here. Just watching the Dallas. Soka trying to make something happen with this flank. He's got a good opportunity here. He can't see what we see. But he could have made that push there and done some massive damage. Soka able to get the kill onto Cool. One guy left. And he is currently very weak. Not able to do much of anything. Rugi, 3-on-1. Not going to happen.
And the fact that they had a great advantage they could play, Rugi and Cool, if they had been able to play that bomb down that they had, I think that was a totally winnable round for them. The fact that they couldn't protect it, once they actually managed to find that pick, they could not stop it whatsoever. Made things so difficult for them. I think we'll see that initial knife down. What a throw by Billiams, getting it right on top, shooting it before Fank has a chance to react. I said he was swapping and get kills with traps again. That one's a little more direct maybe than I was expecting to see, but clearly still finding great utility out of that. Billiams has been so on point with all of his gadget usage, ability usage in this case, so far on Favelas. I expect to see it continue throughout this set, and I think it's been a big part of what's gotten them to this 7-2 lead as they now look to take the big garage and make a move on B site.
Been a little slow here, just watching the angles. Got the smoke down. Billiams going to try to make his way in. Billiams, he knows. He knows. Soka going to get the pick onto Cool. Trying to land a cheeky little knife through the window. Keeping his health here. Not going to be able to push just yet. Trying to time it. Trying to see if he can bait out any positions here. He knows there's one in there, possibly 2. And just trying to make this peek happen. Picks ready for it. Got a possible triple team happening any point now. Soka hiding on the right. And we're going to flip through and just check out what kind of stalemate we got going on here. This is really getting down to the wire. 40 seconds left. They've got to make a move. Billiams making his way towards the middle lane. And here we go. There is going to be a push with 30 seconds left.
It actually, I think it was a fake. He went down, showed himself, and then rolled back, and now they're going to try to run into contest, but do they have the angles set up to protect him? It looks like they don't need it. Hoppies will do it himself even after planting that bomb, but that's still 2 downs to make it 3 downs for Gaming Gorillas. Billiam's so low, they actually managed to get the pick up on him. He tries to push, and it's only Gucci that can turn this around for his team. He finds the first, rolls away, 62 HP, trying to dual picks, and he'll get it, and he'll knock Gaming Gorillas off of this map. What a round. What a game by the homie squad. Again, we're talking underdogs coming in, but clearly they way overperformed that one.
I'm willing it into existence. You tried to do that. It worked for you. Now I'm going to. I want to see this big upset. I want to see them go all the way and take the dub. Like, let's see them into tomorrow. You know, let's get one of these underdogs. Everybody likes an underdog story. I absolutely adore one. And I want to see it happen. What I'm witnessing right now is just perfect gameplay. That was great Roko out of Homie Squad.
Yeah, just the way that they were playing, like, legitimate strategies properly, I think. That's something that we don't see from every team all the time, and they were actually managing to make it work. Some of the changes that they've had to Homie Squad's roster, clearly, specifically Gucci, moving into it, I think didn't play with them previously, has been kind of playing some of these lower cash price tournaments, now making a name here with Homie Squad and clearly making his name known with the rest of his team. Him and Soka, who also moving into the roster from Beefy Buffalo, that he was playing on in previous weeks with some names you might recognize, like Who's Dat and Nemes. This is just kind of a shift of the roster happening a little bit later on, and it seems to be paying off for them with map 1 done at the very least. But respawns are very different. It comes down to a lot of kind of more chaotic fights sometimes, and it seems like they were able to keep it close on Gaming Gorillas. You saw Fank's crazy play. You saw picks there. If it's more fights like that, that might lean more towards the Gorillas.
Yeah, that was just exciting play out of picks. I mean, he landed every single shot he needed to in the clutch. Was able to just make something big happen out of nothing. But if you're having to rely on that to win a series, there's no chance in hell. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to have more consistent play. And dying 3 times in a row to the traps, man, that's just not. That doesn't spell good for the future.
Yeah, maybe again, like you said, if they're looking forward past them, we think that only matters in bracket, but it also matters for the ground at their feet, and if there is a trip mine immediately there. King of the Hill, though, again, respawns. It's going to get a little more chaotic, especially since we're on a map that's a little bit fresher in everyone's minds. Palace, one of the newer additions, now moved into the rotation, I believe, a little bit earlier this month. We'll get to see that here. My first time actually able to cast it, because I have been here for the last couple weeks, so I'm excited to bring that one to you. Seemed interesting from the little bit I've been able to catch of it in some of the previous weeks. So again, I expect definitely a little bit more chaos and maybe bans, honestly, to stay kind of similar. Vi might be more likely to move in maybe over the glitch, but Runway and Vi would make a little bit of sense to me.
Well, if it makes sense to you, Kresnik, it makes sense to me. Okay.
I'm not the final authority on Rogue Company. let's just be clear about that. If Rome's here and he says that, trust him. For me, I'm just the trend follower guy. Everyone's banning Runway and Vi, might as well. Everyone's jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge.
Hey,
that's what I was always told as a kid. Apparently, that's just me now. I'm just the trend following guy.
So it's cool to jump. Oh. Well, okay.
Oh no! Let's not say that one in a public space. Runway. It's cool to ban Runway and Vi. Let's leave it at that. Corner pressure and util dump. All I think stuff that you should be worried about. Glitch maybe can sneak by on the respawn modes a little bit more.
Yeah. I got you. So you're not the innovator. You're not the idea guy. You're not the meta.
The innovators are in the lower bracket.
I like that. I do. I think that's exactly what I've been harping on, isn't it? That, it's you just want to bring the game that you know to today's competition. Do not try to get too special. Don't try to make anything up. Just go with your game. Go with your gut, and you'll come out on top. Strikeout, obviously, going to be the wrench in it. I can't wait for that Breach game. I think it's going to be one of the most exciting ones. Can Homie Squad get this 3-0 sweep on the Gaming Gorillas? Oh my gosh.
Well, not anymore, because you've just cleanly caster cursed them. I mean, I think it's doable for them. Obviously, after that demo performance, we saw Cordiality, barely squeak out a win on Lockdown and then look dominant on the Respawn. But Gaming Gorillas, again, in these best of 5 formats, if you're a Respawn team, you are favored. It's 3 respawns straight in a row. You can lose the demo and then immediately go there. It's just like what I said in set number 1 today. This first round, this first respawn in particular, is going to be so important for the mental of the Gorillas. Coming in against a lower-seeded team, losing map number 1 doesn't even feel close in a lot of those rounds. You're walking on trip mines half the time. Whoa. You're really going to want to win this respawn to feel more confident in that, all right, we are this team that made it to finals in week 1. We can play to that level.
Palace having some really open lanes for some sniping, maybe some really clutch shots that we were seeing, from picks. Maybe he's just able to really just dominate in this game number 2. I think they're going to be a little mad about what just happened to them because they had no chance at all at coming into that game number 1 and able to just do anything. I didn't see at all a time where they had any power or type of control, and it was pretty demoralizing for Gaming Gorillas. So I'd like to see Pix come up hot with his montage the montage clips we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah, no, I want to mention this real quick. Montage clips, we're talking now, you're talking snipers. I expect to see both those. I mean, that kind of goes together hand in hand.
You're right.
I mentioned Runway getting banned. She has a sniper. Do you expect maybe some of those more kind of long-range control rogues being a little bit more of a focus? Maybe we'll see Fixer taken out, maybe Phantom, because we know they have that kind of sniper category for themselves. Do you expect
you're
them
saying
to go
ban?
too?
You're saying that they'll ban them? No. You don't ever want to ban. I don't think that's
Phantom.
smart.
Fixer was comfortably in that section for quite a while. If we want to really play those long angles, he has a DMR. He has the DMR category too. Obviously, was using the Deadeye for a while. Mamba now seems to be when everyone's kind of leaning on because it is very lethal. Would be shocked to see it if that is kind of the way to go. Runway, I think that's actually the only one we have officially confirmed already. She's got the sniper. She's got the util reload again. We're going to see her banned, I think, pretty much from start to finish today, and probably close to that tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. I mean, think about it. You just pressing a button. Sniping, a little bit different, and that's what you want to keep in the enemy team's hands, is that you want to hand them that pressure. You don't want to allow them to just, have the character that just makes it much easier to move on the map, much easier to use your abilities. You want to make sure that you're giving them a harder chance. So taking away, the ability to snipe just really doesn't do it for me, regardless of the map. It doesn't really even, if it's a big sniping map and you could get shut down if there's just a ridiculous sniper. I mean, it just doesn't make sense in the long run for me. It's not a good strategy to uphold.
Well, I'll let you right now. I know that they're not going to go that way. Lancer was the second ban as we head right into Palace map number 2. What can Homie Squad do if they can maintain this push? Can Gaming Gorillas strike back? Are they a team that will kind of thrive in this more chaotic environment? They were able to pull out some crazy multi-kills, but you can't do that all game unless they just feel comfortable here on Palace map number 2. Gorillas desperately trying to stay in this upper bracket, trying to play into their higher seed that they had previously. Lancer, again, like I said, will be the ban from Gaming Gorillas, so they want to get rid of some of that kind of crazy clutch potential chaotic fights from them. Vi will be locked in from both sides, I think to the surprise of nobody, but I'm talking Phantom earlier, you're talking snipers. We're seeing Phantom locked in from Gaming Gorillas.
Yeah, I'm liking to see the comp right now. So they've got a good one setting up. Pretty much isn't that the same from last game? Or no, I'm sorry, Billiams wasn't on Vi. I don't believe.
It didn't have the Scorch or the Dallas, I think, either. Well, they had Dallas in the cross angle, but the Scorch definitely a little bit fresh here for them. Makes a lot of sense for Strikeout, I think. Just having Incens is good, especially when you have a Dahlia to pair with it. That's 2 players that are immune to the fire that could be potentially layering up on the objective here as we roll out of the plane for this first fight. Hill going to be the first one they contest over, of course, as expected, but kind of taking a bit of space. You can already see Soka trying to take this cross angle, using that reveal to get some intel on their team, but a very vertical map in a lot of ways when you can play on these high grounds above them. And when you don't watch these cross angles, that's 2 Mamba downs right away from the members of Homie Squad. Even as they get traded out by Rugi, excuse me, who's playing on point, but they end up on the better end of this fight so far. Cool, obviously, traded 2 more back immediately as well. He's getting cap time. Soka does not want to push to stop this time that he's getting. He's going to let Cool fully re-heal, and now he's completely surrounded. He's already taken kind of a backwards angle on the site, but Soka trying to run away from the fight they were in initially gets down by the sniper, even with Gucci trading it back. So scrap time may be denied for a little bit. No, they still have 1 player kind of holding close by as they have to set up for B. You can already see 1 member of the Gaming Gorillas kind of holding strong in that area as the rest of them kind of give it up. They know that they can't hold it anymore. Hoppies is caught in by an Incend. Does he have any support from behind? Soka cannot find the shot onto Cool. Still have duel going on over here. Rugi might be getting sandwiched between Hoppies and Soka rather soon. Can he win this one? Nope. No way that one will end up working out for him. Pix has a great angle on this cross. He's already picked up so many players that have tried to make this rotation happen. Spends that nano smoke early, so no one really wants to push it, but he's going to rotate to try to catch them. He sees that his team is not having a great time on this point. The Mambas are biting, and their venom is lethal. LR15, though, maybe not hitting the same way that they wanted it to. Soka ducks under that shot. Only 9 HP left on Pix as he gets caught out here from the great angle by Soka. But again, the Mambas from Cool hitting just as well. Still don't have the objective held down now. Soka spots out Fank. Where is Cool in relation to them? Is he waiting on a side angle? Is he looking to get this? Soka now trying to give this space up. Get a bit of a crossfire here, maybe, but they're going to actually get the rest of the scrap time on this, and they're going to move to Hill C as quickly as they can, or at least maybe catch some of the early rotations. Cool's positioning is going to be very crucial for this, but his foot pops out at the last second, so they know that he's there. They get him down to about 40 health, but not able to finish it up quickly. Fank will fall. That's a 1-for-1 so far, also giving Soka the reset on his reveal. Trying to push Cool out. He has effectively wall hacks on his side. Cool taking quite a bit of damage. He is just getting the better end of this, and Cool not getting anywhere near as much damage as he would have liked. This fight with Fank now going to be the one that really changes, I think, the pace of how this fight goes. He's forced out, but now everything's coming up, homies. All these kills in their direction as they hold strong on this hill. Everyone stuck in one side of the respawn, with Soka taking another off angle immediately. Not going to take the high ground, but is going to try to get in their way, but just so many guns trained in there. Can get someone low, but can't actually finish them off. Now, Hill being contested. No great hold from up top, actually, is Billiams. Great ears, I guess, by Pix to really find that. But Pix can't find the angle that I think he wants over there. Trying to climb to the high ground, almost falling right off the map. That would have been a interesting thing to have caught on stream. Probably unfortunate for him. Sure, that'd be clipped to high hell and back. 1-for-1 so far on the point. Rugi, though, is the one who gets finished off with Hoppies. Maybe, Hoppies chose to take the respawn instead as the time continues to rack up for the members of Homie Squad. Things are close going into this D hill, but Rugi's going to be the one to maybe get on it first. You can see Gorillas had that position pretty firmly in their favor, but it seems like there's a fairly easy way to get a contest over on that left side if they choose to go further enough in that direction. Aggressive play from Hoppies trying to go in, but just getting hit from the cross angle. That is cover fire. That is good teamwork from them. They're going to have to wait for the respawns. Our Homie Squad with Cool finding another one with almost no HP left. That gives him a reset again. The potential snowball pressure is huge here as he gets forced in by Pix. What a shot by him as well. Still holding this one, and they are just running out of time. Our Homie Squad to get in here. It's only 38 seconds left on the timer. Could go all the way here. You can see that they're kind of playing this rotation off angles, and Pix with another one. Absolutely lethal. He's being forced back, but this Phantom is already paying dividends, Alex.
Pix, disgusting montage clips that I was mentioning. Exactly what I wanted to see from this man. He is going off right now, about to take round number 1. 13 seconds left in this final. Oh my God, that was just. Whew. Yeah, he's killing it, man.
Yeah, 100%. He is crushing right now the way he's peeking out with these shots here. So we get now down into sudden death. Watch that replay for a little bit, but now it's just Billiams hanging on. He's getting some extra HP, I think, on this, but they're just going to push him at the same time. He's going to just try to live here as long as he can. Rugi coming in to burn him down. And an immediate strike back after a difficult demolition. Gaming Gorillas on the board first.
Yeah, and you got to see that, right? Like after that loss, that big, statement that Homie Squad just made, you don't want to let them keep rolling with that. You got to stop them here, and this is exactly what they just did with Pix hitting those very big shots. I mean, what can you do when someone's, on fire like that? You really can't do much. I mean, he was like practically no health at one point. I mean, he was like 1 or 2 HP. He turns a corner, somebody's locked already on him and about to shoot and press the trigger. But he gets the quick scope in too fast, rips off the guy's head. That's just unbelievable ability. Gotta love what Pix has been doing. If he can keep that up, that's just going to be ridiculous. And Homie Squad will be in a tough spot. Fank going to be able to pick up one, gets the second, and turns around and lands some good shots. Oh, my God. Billiams. Oh, almost is downed, but some good positioning here on the middle lane. Going to get some time. And Homie Squad looking to come back into this one tied up.
It seems like once one team has control of the site, it is just exceptionally difficult for the other team to kind of dislodge them from the hill. They are just really struggling to find a way in. There's a lot of different cross angles you can take. And when you walk in like that with only a sniper covering you, you're not really going to be able to do too much with it. Pix now trying to find more, make more magic with the LR-15. Not going to hit exactly the same way this time. But even giving this up, getting this last bit of scrap time, are they already going to be set up for B Hill? No, they're not. And Ruki's actually holding to stop their rotation, potentially. Perfect timing there. Billiams knocks low and forced back. He's going to push his own instant, going to find that down. Hoppies with an immediate response. After that pick, I mean, they got to hope to move in quickly, but Hoppies should be back in position before it really matters. And again, the teams with the hill are just covering this space so effectively. Pix is watching this angle, and he has been clearly hitting everything on the people that are trying to cross.
If that nade was just 2 inches closer. Oh, but he makes up for another one. There we go. On to Cool. Takes him down. Great pick on that one. Soka gets the pick, and Fank going to be able to take him down for the trade. But Pix is able to get a nice aggressive play in that 1v1. Wins the individual piv. Almost lands that shot through. Gets a second onto Billiams. Make that 2. Woo! He is killing it.
Brutal. He is. What do you do against a player that's hitting shots like that, other than lose? I mean, if he's hitting things like that, that gun just wins every engagement if it hits your head first. You have to overwhelm him. Normally, I know sometimes in some games in the past when we play against snipers, we say, well, he can't kill all of us. Apparently, that's not true right now, because Pix can apparently take down anybody that goes to threaten him. But while that replay was up, they managed to flip this one. Homie Squad in control once again. Looks like Pix maybe isn't there quite yet. We'll see how things change once the LR-15 quick scopes are back in full effect.
That's the beauty of objective if it's not demo. If it's demo and the sniper's just picking everybody off ridiculously, that's another story. But since it's respawn, you definitely have a lot more chances in objective play, and they're able to make it happen. Like, look at this. Still close game, even though he's been pulling off the most ridiculous plays. So great job at Homie Squad. They're not letting it demoralize them.
Yeah, for sure. They're still managing to kind of hold on and keep it close, and they've kept it to a point where this final hill will kind of be the decider. Pix picking up an SMG and then running down Soka. It is 1-for-1 courtesy of the Incen, but things are still getting kept very close. And I'm not sure if they have that D-hill control just yet. Gucci is sent very low, and all these Incens are going to make him feel very uncomfortable. With Billiams now falling again, all these gunfights are just going towards Gaming Gorillas. They are just ending up hitting shots better than they are. And now Cool kind of holding this close by. I don't want to call it a wrap position because I think it's just a normal place to be, but it helps them wipe out anyone trying to rotate in. They are maintaining control, and Billiams is desperate to flip it once more.
Good pushes out of both teams. But we have got the points. Oh, my God. There we go.
Okay.
That's a big, big double there by Pix. The shot goes right through the foot and is able to hit both players. Beautiful play out of Pix. Pix, man, these players are just lining up for him.
Listen, I know I say you got to take trades 2v1, but maybe not into the Phantom. Maybe not so close. The conga line isn't necessarily as important for them here. Pick's flying around the corner, and Hoppy's caught utility in hand. Doesn't want to fight him. They're even going to waste the nade on him, and he's buying so much time. Look at this time that he's buying, and it still ends up losing both of them. And this whole time, the points been racking up. It's 133 to 64 with only 14 seconds left. They have to get on the point and not lose it for a single moment once they get it, but actually getting in is going to be the hard part. Rookie has a great position, but Soka makes it possible for them. Soka actually manages to get the contest in time, but walks right into the incend. And if he gives up his life shortly, there's going to be no chance. They're trying to get the res, but Cool's watching it. They just give it up, and they're going to incend this cover. How long can Gucci live? Not long at all. That will close out this map in Gaming Gorillas. I said they needed this map, and they seemed to agree because they closed that one out fast.
Forget everything I just said. Forget it all. Ban Phantom.
Okay.
Forget Runway. Forget Lancer. Just forget everything I just said. Throw it out the window. Get Pix off of that rogue. You do not want him playing with that. That was just unreal ability out of him, and it was just beautiful to see. Exactly what I wanted to happen, and yeah, you're right. I did caster curse him. I caster cursed it, homie squad. Bad.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You can't even really ban Phantom because of masteries, right? I mean, if you have level 10 on the LR15, if they ban Phantom and Runaway, just play Fixer. Pull out that sniper instead. I mean, you have options now. Picks, though, I mean, we can't harp on it too much, but, man, what do you do against someone that's hitting shots like this? When you get one shot by like that, I mean, it's why people play it in pubs, right? It's why people just lock Phantom or lock snipers in pubs, because they want to play like this. They know that if they pop off, they will control the game, and that's what Pix did. I mean, I gotta say, I don't want to talk about Pix the whole time. I want to mention Cool's off angles and the positions that he was playing as well. There was a lot of very, I think, clutch moments for him where Pix was getting a lot of these kills when his team was kind of commanding the objective already, but Cool was getting a lot of picks in very crucial transitional periods that no one else was. They were constantly getting caught out, and it really denied their chances. This is specifically one. This was going to be the most important hill. They had control on it already, and Cool just splits their team in two and finds 2 kills.
Yeah, those initial pushes, you do not ever want to underestimate how big that is for the game. Yes, Pix is making it look easy, but there are 3 other players on the team, and they were doing all the real big, heavy lifting. Like you said, Pix is able to do that stuff because of what they are doing to control the map. Yep. He can't just run out there and make the initial pushes and quick scope everybody. That's not going to happen. That's not realistic at this level of play. He's able to do that because of what his team was doing, and they win the objective game because of that. Because of that play, that being aggressive on the middle hills like that, getting the D hill, making sure to rotate properly, getting set up with enough time remaining. All of that had nothing to do with Pix's shot. So you're very spot on there. But hey, still made for a great montage.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And we made it for him. That's what the replays were there. As we head into map number 3, I kind of almost expect to see it continuing. Maybe if he wants to play that, I think you can do it on this map when you're hitting quickscopes like that. But Lancer, Runway still banned, and they banned so quick because they wanted to get into the game so quick. Map number 3, Breach, again, right ahead of us. We're back to Strikeout. We haven't seen either of these teams play Strikeout in at least a month if they played in the last main event. So this is going to be another good look at their first attempt at it with masteries in the Runway update, all these changes that have come in, plus a map that we don't see on Strikeout quite as much. Breach, fresher to the game. Some of these teams, again, maybe not as trained on it as some of these others, to the point where they're keeping their bans fairly similar. But the picks are going to differ. You can see Soka holding that glitch already. No Phantom this time, unfortunately. I wanted to see it. I understand that it's not really the place for it, unless you're busting out the Nightshade.
No, Palace just really, yeah, Palace is really where you want to see that, and that's where I consistently see Pix be able to make that kind of thing happen. I don't really ever see him whip that out and just start doing it on any other map. I think it's just consistently been Palace from what I've seen as I've been observing for the past few months. But yeah, I'm hearing that Pix is the greatest of all the Phantoms out there. He's that guy. And not everyone's that guy. Not everyone.
He's that guy.
You're not that guy, pal.
He's not but he is that guy. Unfortunately, I'm not. I mean, put an LR15 in my hands and I'm going 0-13. But not picks.
Not even a lucky shot. Not even.
It's a down. It's not a limb. That's the problem.
Ah.
That's it. Yeah. You got to understand. I'm talking actual finished limbs here, as Pix was doing on the previous mode. And
I was actually
here, especially with the Kestrel in hand. Kestrel's a fragger.
I was actually about to ask you, hey, you want to play sometime? But I think I changed my mind.
No, it's fine. I understand. Listen, take me in a hero shooter, but here I play to understand, but I don't unfortunately seem to play to succeed, at least in my experience. And succeeding does not involve standing in fire. That's 2 quick eliminations from an Incen, courtesy of Gaming Gorillas. Cool holding up top. That off angle not paying off this time, as Soka sets up his team maybe to go in and take this A-hill positioning, but they are set up in great spots, and they Incen the doorway.
Good movement right now. Soka using his teammates very well. Able to push up, land some excellent shots onto Pix there. Pix goes down instantaneously. I don't even think he got any help from his team there. There was no team shot, just him landing the dinks across the map. But here we go, back and forth, and the score is just staying the same. I like this contest that we see. Fank gets the pick onto Billiams. Billiams going down a little too quick in this one. There wasn't much of a fight here. He goes down. Cool going to get the shot off the Big Gooch. Soka goes down as well. Hoppies, and there we go. The rotation has got to come out.
And Billiams is trading a lot of these right now, but they still don't have the point. They haven't this entire time. That slow drain on your resources, it adds up. They need to actually be able to break in, but losing the first one makes it so difficult. And again, Billiams, another down. He is just connecting on anybody, really trying to threaten him. Fank, though, finding Hoppies and Soka. Billiams has to be like, I'm doing it all, guys. What's up? Can you guys not make it in? Can you not flip it? They flip it for one moment, but again, staying in their control. And now Billiams will fall. That's 3 down immediately, and that's the first permadeath of this strikeout. And Gaming Gorilla is just looking clean so far.
Yeah, what we're witnessing right now is the total flip on momentum. We saw it, game number 2, there was a little bit of a stagnant period. And then the win finally is reached. Picks just shut people down. The team play was there. There was great strategy involved in Gaming Gorillas. And now with game number 3 starting, this is a whole different ball game. Boom. Wow. Round number 1 looking too darn easy. 0. We got a goose egg from Big Gooch and Hoppies. They got 0 downs apiece.
And that's just, I think it makes sense. We were watching them. They were kind of the players trying to do the entry in to start contesting, and there was just too many guns trained on them to really make that work. They were doing their best, but just literally couldn't break in.
Kresnik?
What?
Was that it, Kresnik? Was it that they were just getting double teamed too hard, or were they feeling the heat? I think they're feeling the heat right now.
It is a common thing for teams that get upsets, right? If you upset map number 1, and then you guys get up and celebrate, you're like, yeah, like you won the game, and then all that adrenaline goes away, and you don't have it to really maintain with you. Maybe that's what's happening, but they're still winning some of these gunfights. It's not the ones that mattered in that moment, but the ones that mattered in this current moment seem to be leaning to them at least a little bit. That's 2 pickups immediately, and the site is in their control, but they lose Soka. He's been a big difference maker for them, and the rest of them, Billiams, I think especially, has to start picking up in this round. He was another strong player in round number 1, keeping them in the game, but it's immediately evened out from very patient play coming out from Gorillas.
I love seeing those dings from Cool. Cool just having such a good shot. I remember he was such a great aimer, pure aimer in Paladins. And he's bringing it over here. There we go. Taking down Soka. Rugi with the kill onto Big Gooch. And they're hanging in here a little bit better on this go-around. Homie squad having a much better round here. Hoppies with a good nade onto Fank. A little bit of a trade there. Pix gets one as well. And 12-8 here. 20 seconds remaining before the rotation. Little push here from Soka. Going to try to get this clean up. That player goes down, though. Billiams gets a kill onto Fank. And Soka just trying to make this move here. He knows there's one player still remaining in here. Waits for his teammate to get the shots and then moves in. And that's something Soka has been very good at, staying consistent.
Yeah, Soka has been a hero so far in this round for them, but one Incen will force him out. Incen, the Incens in general, now that you can run any rifle on the characters that have them, we are seeing them so much more that we are able to just put the KA-30 on whoever we want and win gunfights that way effectively. Soka is doing so much for their team, but again, the rest of the team is just losing some of these later fights for them. But they have control of the point right now. Homie Squad are still holding on, but Hoppies falls to the player that's holding close. Rugi does manage to find that one. There's two players trying to push it right now. What? A shot onto Soka. It's traded, but the site might end up flipping, and there's no respawns left for the Homie Squad.
I'm seeing too many times where Homie Squad is just letting Gaming Gorillas dominate them with the incendiaries just sitting on the point. It's like you got to go through the point, get the kills, don't let them bait you out like that. Make sure to get those downs and the elims first. Don't go for the objective. Make sure that you are pushing through the fire because they're just sitting in fire at a lot of these moments, and that's what's making it just too darn easy for the Gorillas.
Yeah, the fact that they're the way you have to hold that site in particular, I think made it very tough for to live through Incens, because one Incen just forces you off the angle. I mean, you can't stay. You have no choice. Exactly. You have to leave, or you just burn. And they got pushed out into all these waiting sight lines because everyone was sitting patiently. That one is kind of, you have to choose a teammate to throw to the wolves to really get that flip, and it's part of what got Homie Squad their chance to strike back when they were finding the players that were standing on the site. But then the players that ran in, the players that were watching weren't able to watch the flanks, and they were just melted through.
Right, this is a tough moment right now for Homie Squad. They are going to need to reach a new level here, start taking down Gorillas in a much more dominant fashion, because Gorillas are awoken. They must have been asleep or something in that first map, because they look like an entirely different roster of players. Hoppy comes in, gets Rugi down. That was a good play by him. He's not going to live, though. Fank able to take him out, no problemo. Still pretty tight here. Getting some crucial hits in. Big Gooch gets cooled down. That's going to be massive. Here comes Soka on the long flank. He's going to find Cool and outshoots him. Good shots by him. Rugi taking down Big Gooch. Hoppies with a good grenade onto Rugi. We were watching another bit of the flank here. The Big Adventure coming in with his team and getting there just in time. Now they take over the point, and it is 9-9. So this round looking much, much better for Homie Squad. They just got to close it out. It is not how you start.
Yeah, I think that flank from Soka had to work, or they would not be in the position that they were in right now. But now things are looking a little worse, because they're setting up, and there's an Incen to force out Hoppies, who narrowly escapes with his life. But Gucci got knocked down behind it. He'll be the next to fall, and suddenly everything not there because of, guess what? That same flank around the backside that I think is going to be the real difference maker for this B side here in Strikeout. Already seems to be so far. Rugi with a great kind of offensive angle, stopping the players running up front, but is anyone watching the back? It looks like they actually have two players kind of keeping their eyes on that angle, and Billiams still managing to sneak by them, I think, from that side anyway, winning that gunfight. No, he's actually right up front, but they are just getting all these crossfires on them. They lose one ticket for it, but they do get the flip.
Cool with some big shots coming in. Hoppy's able to finish him off. Still doable. Can make something happen here. The rollout, Rugi gonna be able to take down Hoppies, get out of here. Oh, but he is getting team shot hardcore, and he goes down. Billiams with a big cleanup there with Soka. Working together perfectly. Fank able to get a big kill on Billiams. Big grenade out of Big Gooch. And here comes the revive, and that is going to be crucial.
Both teams are going to manage to maintain their full roster of players here. Another trade here. Are they going to be able to finish it off? Halo drones are coming in. Fank is getting pushed back by an Incen, but not dead. And that, I think, is a very important distinction, but everyone else is down. It's only Hoppies now after getting this res, and everyone else will fall. I said it. The respawn teams have an advantage in this, and apparently Gorillas are proving their worth as a respawn team right now. Another very powerful win on a respawn map in a row, off of winning gunfights, off of smart rotations, and guess what? There's another respawn up next. That's a tough look for Homie Squad.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. This is a really crucial win. You want to go to that demo. You've already showed that you're, a very capable team. Homie Squad can make it happen, but with Gorillas playing the way that they are, cannot see it happening. I said that this was going to be an outstanding game. I loved every moment of this. This was super exciting. Didn't really know what to expect. I don't even think I've played this map and game type yet. Strikeout on Breach just hasn't been in my rotation yet. So I wasn't really... I think I've only seen it a handful of times be played within the competitive Roko. But yeah, that was a very exciting game. Just tons of action across the board. And Gorillas are absolutely playing lights out at the moment. Once they got that first round win on game number 2, it just seems to be all over from there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they even dominate harder in this game number 4.
But listen, maybe we were wrong this whole time, Alex. Maybe Homie Squad are just a favelas team. They have a chance here if that's the case, right? Maybe they just are really good at favelas. It's favelas twice. If that's the case, this is the best map pool they could have asked for, honestly. Favelas Koth, it's one that I think goes a lot of different ways. You have a lot of pressure up top, and you can kind of control multiple hills from that high ground, so it becomes very important to kind of keep holding on to. I will mention really quick, those bans up top, even though they haven't changed, they are still correct. Respawn seems to just kind of keep the same bans going, which means we're going to still see Vi. Probably we're going to see a lot of incense for these objectives that players can get when they respawn. Not as many as maybe we'd see with a runway in the map, but a little bit less for that. Favelas, again, high ground control will be crucial, and these long Lancer flanks now cannot happen.
So they get the win on Favelas, right? And that is basically, okay, so they got the 2 wins in the series on that map alone. Does that mean that they're still a weaker demo team? Are they still a stronger demo team? That would be the question when we go to Windward. And who knows? This is 3-year crafting at this point. We're just making up things. But yeah, I could roll with that. I
will say I do like how you're willing it to existence. You didn't say if we go to Windward. You said when we go to Windward. So you were clearly already.
There you go.
You're already there. You're just like homies Gorillas in map number 1. You're looking ahead in the bracket, right? You're looking at map number 5, setting up for that demo potentially. Gorillas want to close it out here. They are looking so good on these respawns, and it's like I said, when things broke down on map number 1,
Scorch,
they were able to play it well. That's kind of what changed my inflection a little bit. They changed their ban. Runaway will now be available. And you can't run Scorch to live through the fire that this entire point is going to be engulfed in.
Yeah, Scorch being an absolute must when it comes to the respawn game types. Don't see it too much in demo, but gotta have it. And that was just, it's going to really switch things up a little bit, make it for more of a back and forth just running match. You really just want to run at the other team now, not having those abilities in your tool set. We're just going to see what the second ban is. Lancers from last game, so we're still waiting. Yeah, like I said,
the Scorch was just one pivot, I think. Just a note. I think the Scorch was just a pivot, I believe.
Oh, we have a Lancer ban.
Should stay. It should stay. It's just one pivot from them. That makes sense, though. Again, it's been banned. Gorillas have banned it the other 2 maps, and they're winning. So why kind of change things up and stick with it? She can. No,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they could have some intel there. They might know things about Homie Squad, that they love the Lancer, and that just really messes them up when they're a one-trick pony. If you're playing a game like Roko where you just stick to one tactic, other teams are going to pick up on that so fast, and you're going to get punished for it. So I can agree with that. But yeah, Gorillas, it's like a heart versus mind type thing that's messing with me right now. I know what's about to happen. I know what to expect, but I wish Homie Squad could have that ability to just, pull up their bootstraps and make it something big happen. Give us some excitement here.
Only one way to find out, and that's to head right into map number 4. First map 4 of the day. First map 4 I feel like I've cast in a while. A lot of these games kind of earlier in the bracket, a little one-sided. Not this one. Favelas back to where Homie Squad managed to win map number 1, but on the modes that Gaming Gorillas have been dominant on from start to finish effectively. There's moments of brilliance from Homie Squad. Can they find it again on the map where they really got their feet under themselves and managed to completely dominate the members of Gaming Gorillas? Find out here in map number 4. Runway, of course, though. I mean, locked it at one side, hovered on the other. There's no way we're not seeing it. One thing we are seeing that might be a little different than what we've seen before. Soka's on the Dima. Blue's not here today, but he's on the Dima. That's going to be a lot of pressure explosive-wise on the site. I mean, you can regen the frags courtesy of Runway. You're going to have the regenerating Merv launcher. A lot of potential pressure.
Runway with picks. I think we saw that in game number... No, we haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen a picks on Runway, have we? I thought we saw... I thought we saw him on Runway. But, oh, no, we haven't, have we? It's been banned every single game.
It has been banned every single game. You might see it, I think. You might have seen him run it in the... No, it was unbanned earlier. I just don't think they ended up...
This could be exciting then.
In map number 1.
Picks
It will be
on Runway.
She's got a sniper. That tracks, right? It picks.
Looking forward
can hit
to
the
it.
Shots. You can already see he's got the LR-15 in hand, but not looking for the full body, looking for the headshots, and already looking for someone on the cross. Billiams knocked low immediately, but they're ready to fight this A hill right away. Infinite ammo given to the team, and that reset for them a second. What a shot by Pix. I'm going to say that a million other times before this game is over, so definitely get used to it, as Gucci just wants to get even just a tick, but ends up walking right into a firebomb. And with the spawns flipped, they have to rotate, but they seem aware and they're on top of it.
Yep. Pix just going to line up those easy shots down the lane. Going to totally take it over. Got some good points coming in here. Going to miss a crucial one. Is able to land the stick. Oh, baby. And then Fank and Cool able to clean up the others. That's all 4 dead for Homie Squad. This is already starting to look like it is. Oh, man. This is tragic. Tragic.
That's really unfortunate. I thought that was going to be a double with the Semtex. I'm pretty sure the other player bled out on their own just to save the embarrassment of getting double hit by that. Billiams is running into a lot of different players at once. That is, I think, a little bit of too much bloodlust, I guess, trying to push up that angle. But Gucci gets 2, is playing a decent spot over here, but is found out from up top. Fank finds 1, cannot get the second. They can't get the res, though, for the other player playing on the high ground. These are just really unfortunate respawns, denying what could have been the first chance for Homie Squad to really get their feet under them.
Good control. Cool. Getting an easy pick and staying alive. They are just a really, really tight-knit group right now, playing like a unit, and it shows all over the kill feed. They are not giving up a single bit. Oh, my God. Beautiful shots right over the top by Cool. He's going to get back into it. We see Fank get taken down finally, a triple team from Hoppy's Big Gooch. Soka, what is Soka doing over there?
He's hitting the Mervs. He's got the lineups. I love to see it. I mean, I just like seeing Dima be successful. He was the first rogue I played in early alpha when Trench and Anvil were literally just Mortal Kombat style recolors of Dima. He's been one of my favorite rogues after seeing the big old green and blue versions of him kind of spread across the roster. Also, just fun and simple to play. What don't you like about that? Mamba in hand, still pretty lethal. Got max mastery on that, as you can see, courtesy of that gold weapon in the feed. And they finally have control of this hill. They're going to rack up a bit of time here. They have to have the coverage here. How are Gorillas going to attack this? It looks like all together they'll find Billiams, but Soka will find another. Again, making his presence known and stopping everybody else. But Cool breaks down the door to the site, takes down the player on it, and suddenly things are so much worse.
Soka in a tough spot here. He's got players flying over his head. Fank going to get the cleanup onto that one. Easy peasy. Fank turns, gets the dub onto Billiams. And now watching mid, Pix is just going to set up. But he's getting shot from behind. That's going to be 3 players he's not aware of. I mean, he was set up and ready. Had no clue. But 111 to 30 right now. This is just complete domination. Great team shot coming in, though. Hoppies Making moves.
How does Cool win that second? How does Cool kill 2 players there? How? He puts himself in a box. He literally puts himself in a big frame that says shoot here, and they don't kill him. I am flabbergasted that he gets away with that second kill. They still managed to get him eventually, but it takes 3 players, and that's less players that could be over here, stopping them from getting to this field. One of the better sites to hold on Favela's King of the Hill. Now again stuck in another retake scenario with walls of utility to walk through, courtesy of Runway. Soka, coming out of spawn, does manage to find a cross angle onto Cool. They will find Rugi as well, so they will get the flip, but they have to hold on to it for quite a while in overtime, and Pix already finding an angle onto Hoppies.
Trying to finish this one out. Don't want to make any massive mistakes here. Pix misses a crucial shot. Doesn't get too much damage on that player, so that's going to leave them open here with 3 dead. Final player remaining is going to be Cool. He's just trying to buy some time. Not really going to do much, but he does win the fight. Jesus. I couldn't believe he just did that. He was getting double teamed. But
still wins it out in the end. Again, it's just got that clutch potential that's working out for him. It's not the first time it's happened for him already. Birgams, though, does stop the man here, and Merv down, actually, by Soka onto Fenk. Works out Hoppies, getting these trips down. Worked well on Favela's earlier. We'll see if they can continue that one moving forward here, but they are in a tough position, especially with all the utility they're going to have. Knocked so low, plus a Semtex. They have to give it up. Do they have anyone else on the site that's actually still standing? They don't anymore. Everyone's down. If they can finish all these players laying down, it's actually just Soka. I know it's only people crawling on the ground that are keeping them in the game, and they won't be able to do it for long enough. Still, it's a hit back at the very least. The stats are close to a point. Gucci may be having a tougher game, but it's a better look than the last King of the Hill.
Sure. I mean, I don't think that's what's going in their heads. I think they really needed that first round win. Soka with 14 downs. You got to be making something else happen over there, Big Gooch. Like, we've talked about it. He's a talented young player. He's been winning a lot of smaller tournaments. Now he's on the big stage. We've got to see you start to come alive right now. This is the biggest moment of the tournament so far for you, and this is when you got to start making some things happen, and he's just not presenting the results.
I mean, there's no better time. This is series point. You have to show up if you want to stay in the upper bracket. Even though they have time, Pix maybe feeling it a little bit. Sun texting himself, but staying alive. Ahsoka keeps 2 people from the other side from staying alive in turn. Hoppy's watching this with the sniper. Doesn't even need to take the shot. Just trying to watch the person who's going to be trading, and plays it fairly well. Finally, the time can start ticking up for them. But they're still holding here. They're going to get their gadget resets. They're going to pump that site full of util, and they're going to have to give it up with only 8 points gained.
There we go. Cool going in, getting the easy team shot off. Looking pretty good. Get back into this one. Only 15 seconds remaining, but they're going to gobble it all up. Now the rotation coming in. Cool's just going to wait it out. Tries to get some help with his teammate. Not going to be able to finish Hoppies off. Hoppies doesn't have any help, though. But he's going to just leave him be. I like that decision. Never mind. He's going for the chase. He knows he's got to get back through that middle lane, but he's going to have help, though. There's 3 strong there. Now he's got to rotate out. Fenk does land the nade. He doubles back and gets the perfect flank. Great timing by Cool. Cool's going to land some great shots on the Hoppies. That's going to put him into a pinch. Hoppy's going to get taken down. Excellent execution out of Fenk, and Cool right there to double team the entire push through mid lane.
And this has just been something that Cool has been doing so often, and it's just working every time. His timing on his lurks on respawn are just absolutely lethal. That is a crazy Merv angle, and Soka actually gets another kill after that, or another down at least onto Fenk, who might be getting rezzed up potentially, but Gucci has that long angle. Watching there, getting some solid damage in for them. Gucci with another there, holding close by on this Dallas, putting in the pressure on them, but they just can't flip the point. I mean, it's garbage time at this point. They have to move to the next hill, but they're hoping for more here, and Soka winning this fight will be the most important part of it. But Pix getting knocked so low, almost ends up losing that. Has to result to the melee, but there's so much damage from utility, and it looks like Gorillas are in the better spot to get onto the site altogether. They're not in quite yet, but they have the better position for it, and Billiams is already isolated.
Good damage put down. Not going to be able to do much, though. We've got such a big differential coming out, and this is looking like it could be it for the homies. Gorilla's looking too darn dominant. Big Gooch with a big pick here. Rugi's going to get the kill on to Pix. Big Gooch with another one. Then we got 3 down for half a second on the Gorilla side, but still no push or any type of numbers being made on the clock. Just no progression whatsoever. You get the kills, you get the slays, but now there's 30 seconds left that you can grab, and that still won't put you anywhere closer. They're just not executing properly to get themselves back into this game. Now, Big Gooch is starting to get more kills. He's getting some more eliminations on the board. I like what I'm seeing there. That's going to make some difference.
He's doing what he can for now, and again, he's the one who needs to step up, but told
done.
to step down by Rugi on his attempt to rotate there. But they're getting this garbage time, and it looks like they actually have some players already on the site. I think these gunfights will really decide it if Soka can beat out Rugi. But Rugi hitting everything, still Soka with the timing on the push, just gets around him. Not really ready to turn for that one, and Hoppy's now there to support. This is one of the strongest hills, and if they hold this the entire time, it is going to be a hard fight for Gorillas. They might have a chance to get another round here if they can win it, but Soka is so lethal. But these shots he's connecting are brutal, and he has been so important for them. Again, I said he has to make his name known, and he's making it known. He's screaming it to the world, but he's doing that just to stay in the upper bracket. Maybe if they can win the next one, this is their only chance to keep it going here up top.
Here we go. Big Gooch. He's getting the kill. Soka picks up one for himself. Big Gooch gets the kill on the Fank. That's okay. 3 dead for Gorillas.
Okay, they're making it work so far. They're still holding on here. Is it being contested? No, not yet. As they crest the 70-point mark, that's 3 downs for them. But Billiams is still holding nearby. They might not know. They're going to lose some points for this no matter what. How many kills can he get? Not many, because there's Halo drones running right into his feet. He has to run away. He has to give it up. And now it all comes down to this final push, which might actually end up being a 1 versus 3. Make it a 2 versus 4. Make that 2 versus 4 still, but Fank now goes down. It's a little bit closer. Rugi caught out. Great timing from Soka, but he doesn't make it in. He messes up the dodge roll, and that is a heartbreaking way to get knocked down to the loser's bracket. They could have had it. It really could have been that close, but just bouncing off the geometry and getting sent down to play against the other teams that could not keep up with the top 8.
Well, you really hate to see that when, they were just starting to come to life. Like, they were getting some really big kills there, and they could have made something happen. I think they definitely could have had that if they were able to get in there, because they had the numbers. They had the health. I think they were winning their fights. It looked like a good position to be in. They could have possibly brought it to another round, but yeah, that play from Gorillas was just too darn good, and that was just a very, very good comeback from them to get back into it after that map 2 and the first round in map. I don't know. They really looked like a completely different roster from the beginning. It was just beautiful work. You saw that Homie came out so hot here. I mean, they just were making some amazing plays, but then Gorilla's able to just turn it around. I don't want to give too much credit to Pix play in map 2, but it definitely was a catalyst.
Yeah, I would. I think so. I think that's kind of a heartbreaker. I mean, he's already doing stuff like that earlier on a Viper. Not too shocking to see him, I think, kind of go back to that carry mode a little bit later on, but still very strong comeback from Gorillas. Again, I said it. The respawn teams are favored. Maybe if it goes to map 5, maybe Homie Squad will walk away from it, but to get there, you gotta win a respawn. You can't let it go all the way. You can't let yourself get caught on lurks constantly by Cool. You can't let yourself just eat headshots for picks. Not that I really know what you can do to stop that for what it's worth. You cannot let a team kind of destroy you in the way that they were across these respawns. They had their moments, but a moment doesn't make a map.
No, not at all. If you want to come back into a series like that, it's going to take everything out of you. They were looking for the big upset, not able to happen. When you say, like, what can you do against somebody like that? So Pix is the best on Phantom. You're going to have somebody be able to just have a hotter game. That's really what it comes down to. is just having a better game with the sniper and not allowing him free reign over the lanes. Like, if he's just hard scoped on corners and not worried about the enemy sniper whatsoever, you know, and that added pressure is going to make him miss shots. And that really is the difference maker that you'll see. Like, you got to know if you're playing Palace, you know, it's going to be that picks on Phantom that really is going to shut you down. And you just got to remember that. I think they will. After what just happened to them, homies are going to, you know, I keep calling them homies. I should give them the respect due. They just put on a great show. Homie Squad. The squad of homies really are going to learn from this. They're gonna learn.
It is the homie squad with a very big emphasis on the "the." There are several E's. They clearly want that to be a no. They're not just the homies. They're not just the homie squad. They're the homie squad, but they're also now in the lower bracket.
There too. There's a number.
Version 2. Yeah, this is the redo, but still they're gonna have to hope for a very solid lower bracket run if they want to make it any deeper in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, you know, really step up because you're going to see when you move down to the losers bracket, there's still going to be some hungry teams down there, and they can't look ahead at all. Like, they're still going to have a really tough time down there, and you know, it's a 2-day event, so you want to make sure that you're able to stay in this tournament so that you can refresh, get that good reset for tomorrow.
Yeah, gotta definitely have that mental if you can make it all the way down a little bit further. But talking about all the way down, Gorillas are all the way up. They're keeping themselves high up in this bracket, making their move forward. As we mentioned earlier, they will be going up against Justice Roko. I was about to run through the bracket, but we have it ready, so might as well take a look and actually have something accompanying what I was about to bring up to you. They will be there with Justice Roko on the left side of the bracket. The other side of the bracket, again, no real surprises. Semis are flip a little bit, but Cordiality versus Right Turtle will be the other side of the semis. So a very potential repeat later, depending on what team makes it all the way. This should be a very close matchup between them, and it will be the match that we get to keep our eyes on after this. But this is how our winners bracket has turned out so far. Definitely, I think, honestly, Alex, looking at this, I'm going to say probably not too many surprises.
No, not at all. I mean, we have foreseen this easily. You know, you see the top seeded teams, we're pretty all matched up with how it should happen. No big upsets just yet, but, you know, there's still plenty of brackets left to go. We've got the losers bracket, and that will obviously have a lot more opportunities for that to happen. But right now, with the final 2 matches of the night, this is exactly what we expected, and it's going to be some good ones.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely cannot wait to see it. Cordiality versus Right Turtle, 1 versus 5. We will be able to catch that, but we're going to have to take a quick little break first. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back in, everybody, to the CMG Showdown September main event. Things are still going here. We are heading into the semi-finals now. We're going to watch Cordiality, our first seed, heading against Right Turtle, a team that has kind of touched the top in the past and ended up qualifying in week 3 this time. So an early matchup for these two teams that should be very strong. But, I mean, I expect out of all of our semi-finals, this is definitely the one to watch.
Yeah, for sure. This is the one I expected to be the best, and hopefully they bring the heat, because we've seen a bit of a fall off on the matches we just watched, where it starts exciting and it's interesting, and we think we might have a push and pull going on, a little bit of a tug of war, and these players will maybe come back and go to the game 5 all the way, but it just never seems to happen. It's just always falling off, and so I want to see these two teams, these two matchups of the night. I want them to be a lot more exciting.
Yeah, me too, but I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be this matchup, and we'll see the maps that we'll be seeing these teams play against each other on. Again, Cordiality, the number 1 seed, versus Right Turtle. As expect Canals to start things off. That's one of my favorites to see always. Favela's King of the Hill. We got the other 2 modes in last. Oh, we still got actually last set. Right back to it for map number 2. Lockdown for Strikeout, map number 3. I feel like that's a combo I haven't seen quite enough of just yet. Windward, King of the Hill, will be map number 4 if we get there. And Hollows Demolition for map number 5. Now, Canals, we've seen a lot of different bans, I think, so far today. That's a map that we've seen maybe a lot of glitch potential on. We've seen a lot of other rogues sometimes fixer banned there. Obviously, things have changed, but we'll take a look at how things look now. Ronin and Glitch. I was right about the Glitch. The Ronin is a new change up there, but that's Runway, that's Vi, that's Lancer from what we saw previous set, that's Scorch. Not that she's played as much on demo. They're all available, Alex.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much going to be a big sandbox of fun in this map number 1. What do you think the Ronin really, why? Like, why Ronin?
Immunity info is so important on this map that I think having that immunity to reveal is a very big deal. Not being able to get spotted by Dallas, not being able to get spotted by Seeker, not being able to get spotted on people's radars at any time. Sticky sensors, which we've been seeing thrown out. I mean, think about watching this main event versus some of the tournaments in the past. I feel like I'm seeing people shoot sticky sensors more than ever. Literally. They're just on the map more. So being able to be immune to all of that, do these kind of rat plays, potentially could have been big. Obviously, not even going to be a factor here between these teams now that she has been banned. So reveals information in general going to be a lot more important. We might see a Seeker, or we might see a Dallas, who we've seen a lot more of recently, courtesy of the power of the Insen. Fully expect to see either or both of them picked up by Cordiality or Right Turtle.
Well, hopefully they've got a good plan in store here, because this is a major moment in the semifinals. If there is a time to bring out something new, it is right here and now. There's no better moment, and just waiting for this one. This is going to be good.
Yeah, they got into the bans quick, so I'm assuming they probably want to get right at it against these teams. Are ready to go, and hey, guess what? I was exactly right. They are ready to go. We can head right into map number 1. Canals Demolition, again, one of the 2. The minority of the set are these demos, but they're still important for getting the set off on the good foot. Canals, just like Favela's, one of the older maps in the game, one that they're very familiar with, but things are changing every patch here with Rogue Company, rogues with new weapons now coming in. Cordiality, a team that was looking so strong in their previous matchup, so strong in week number 1. Right Turtle. These are both the teams that have taken down Justice more than the other teams. What's going to happen when they go against each other here today?
Yeah, tough to say. I mean, I'm curious what the matchup history is between these two. Honestly, like, I know we can't bring it up, but trying to rack my memory, I don't think I could. I don't know. I'm not sure these players up against these rosters right here. I mean, I know they've met up in the finals of a couple qualifiers a couple months ago, but Pulsa, Prosper, Slop, and Emus, the Paladins squad, man. All of these guys coming from Paladins. Love to see it.
Yeah, Prosper and Slop keeping that from there. It's Emus and Pulsa that I think are coming from different scenes from them, but definitely names that I recognize, obviously, as I know you do as well. But looking at this, I mean, I'm talking about information a little bit earlier. We got just Dallas on the side of Right Turtle, but we got Talon and Dallas coming out from Cordiality. So that's double focus on this information. The Talon specifically is a rogue that is so good on canals, being able to watch those rotations, being able to quickly clear out. Either way you attack, when you're moving up, you can just kind of play leapfrog with your radar dart and get a ton of information that you wouldn't be getting otherwise. Plus, mag hands if someone accidentally drops the bomb is pretty nice too. Maybe not something you want to rely on all the time, but it's obviously good to have when you need it. They might need it as they roll out here for map number 1 of the semifinal, our last matchup that we'll be watching of the day. And already things are starting, I would say, a little bit as expected. They're going to be the normal place that most teams stage their attack, and it's a slow start, even with no primaries in hand.
Rix has a little bit of intel there. He did see that Prosper is coming around the corner. Initially saw the 3 drop on each lane. Having the one in the back could be over there at the right side, which he is. That's Slopodopoulos right behind Prosper, going to be helping him out. And now Emis and Pulsa are going to be making the rotation to come help him out, and he is trying to still get some more intel. He finds the traps laying around for him. Emis is still on the left, so this could be a great opportunity for all 4 of them to make a move here and now, especially with Pulsa only at 8 health. Here we go, Slop. He's going to land a nade, though. Rick's going to go down. Oh, Pulsa with a big cleanup.
They find Nash on their rotation now, too. They're trying to get something back with some of the utility that they have. They do find Pulsa, but Slop right up top already, ready to get that next one. It's 2 versus 2. A headshot from Emis makes it really close. And now, actually, still 2 versus 1. Small advantage for the members of Right Turtle as they're rotating around, just trying to find where this Dolly is. They're not quite sure that she's behind them. A lot of damage onto Prosper. The fact that Prosper gets away with his life basically seals the deal. Had to make it a 1v1, especially with the little HP that Joker had left. So that will be the first round very quickly going towards Right Turtle. And even after all that intel, they just couldn't stop the time coming in. They looked for it, but the fact that Right Turtle were able to capitalize on it just made it too hard to deal with.
Great start already for Right Turtle if they want to make this happen. Got a good read so far on the way Cordiality want to play. Going to start this one off with Rix. He's got the bomb. Going to go down, hug the left mid. Going to go back over to Emis. Emis just watching the lane. Going to play it slow. No intel just yet. As soon as they grab it, they are going to make the move and try to go in for the rotation. Here we go. Rix trying to make something happen, just waiting for his teammates to let him know to make it.
I gotta point this out. I think he used that nade. I feel like that nade was used purely to clear out the trophy to make sure it didn't eat the radar. I'm not sure if it eats radar darts, honestly, off the top of my head. But if it does, that was a very clutch play. Also, letting the rest of the nades go by in the moment here. Still 3 players stacked up defensively, holding on this B site. You can see everybody on Cordiality waiting to make this move here to kind of break this down. And here comes the pivot. They're rotating over. Emis is watching this, but they're smoking it early, so they won't take that damage. It seems like they might have an idea of where he might be, courtesy of that insend. But Prosper finds Joker on that attempted rotation and finds another down with the nade. That's so much utility value here. Is Prosper about to get another one with this nade? Doesn't know that Nash is far back, but seems to have a great idea as the Semtex goes in, forcing him back even further. That bomb is down in the open. There is nothing that they can do to get it back, especially with the Talon down. And it's a hunt. It's 2v1. Someone on Cordiality is going to have to come up huge if they want to have a chance to stay in it. And it won't be Nash, and neither will it be Who's Dat. Another round clean for Right Turtle. Literally a flawless round. Just perfect by them.
Excellent execution across the board. We've got a goose egg on one side for Cordiality. Not what you want to see. Nash having trouble there. And the cash just starting to rain in. And it's going to go into a big snowball if they can't make something happen here soon. Cordiality have got to get it going on here. We've got the same maneuvers being met, with the same resistance, and it's not going to be able to you got to adapt. You got to learn to play a little different. They had the exact same play. Cordiality were making the exact same moves. Here we go. Same little peek that we saw from before. Trying to get that initial kill. Not going to happen from Slop, so he backs off. Perfect. Look at that read by him.
Great timing. Great timing. You got to assume you're going to get pushed if they know you're holding a sniper here, especially an LR-15 with so many shots in tow able to be used. Go for that ammo in the back. That'll let them give some chance to spam. And have that utility reset when it might be needed. I was going to say maybe another fake. It almost worked last time. They were just caught by utility. Not going to happen this time. They're going to have Nash is too far over to the left for them to be able to commit to this by this point. It's going to have to be a B-side push, and the smoke will signify that with Rixie getting in a position where he can plant. Looks like trying to get that down right now. Might not even be able to really stop it. He's fairly close by now. I think he was baiting out some utility. He will commit for that. Semtex in does not connect on him. The bomb will get planted. And now a 4 versus 4, fairly even fight here. Something that I don't think Cordiality really have had a chance to do this entire time, but they're going to lose Rixie immediately. Where's the trade? He's holding up there forward. No one watching. That crossfire, I think it's supposed to be Nash, but he kind of abandoned them. They pick up Rixie, but he's down again, and Slop is just doing everything himself right now. Nash drops, rotating over, but it's Prosper, the Paladins duo, finding most of them, as Who's Dat will be the last to fall. There was just no trade when there needed to be. Cordiality had the right idea, but Right Turtle with a flawless retake.
Slop being able to make it in and get some initial damage down. He took some fire, backed out, and was immediately able to get back into the team fire, making it a 3v1 in each of those engagements. That was just beautiful work by Slobodopoulos with 6 downs already. He is at the top of his team with 9 elims. He is really just doing a great job here in the beginning of this matchup. I'm thinking we're going to have to stay on board with Slop. I'd love to see if he can land one of these initial kills, get a big pick, and just continue this snowball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has the angle to watch, right? Oh, he's a little nervous now, though, apparently. I love this. This is my favorite bug ever, by the way. I hope it, I mean, I know it has to get fixed, but I hope it never gets fixed because it makes me laugh every time I see it. Definitely, especially in the main event, you know the nerves are high.
Right.
Must be the cause of that.
The man's sweating. The man's sweating.
Sweating bullets. He's not nervous, though, right now, pushing up with his AR-30, finding so much damage. They're also low. If MS pushes on the flank, they're just going to wipe them off the face of the earth here, and Slop finishes off Joker. Nash will fall. That's the bomb out in the open, and who's even left standing? It's just Who's Dat with no one else to help him. Do they just lose nobody again? Yeah, okay. I don't want to have to keep saying a flawless round, but a deathless round. Have to find different synonyms for that. Apparently, if Right Turtle keep this one up and Slopodopoulos, the transfer there was so good. Look at the health. They don't have a full player's health between the 4 of them by the end of that, and then even finishes the kill with the nade.
Now, here's a question, Chris.
Okay.
What do you do against a player who's got, just incredible ability on the runway and able to take down 3 players almost every single round? Because that's what we're seeing.
Okay, well, you want to know what you do?
What do you do?
Lose. No, I'm kidding. You need to, again, stifle. It's like I said earlier, they can't really deal with you all at once, right? Like, she will be able to get some of this damage on you when you peek, but they're doing it right, I think. They're revealing, they're forcing Slopodopoulos back. He's taking a passive angle. This opens up quite a bit of the map for them. But they can't necessarily guarantee the picks. At some point, someone has to peek something, unless they just smoke them off, right? That could be the option. Use your smokes to block the runway sightline, and in the time that she's forced to rotate, use the intel gathering from your Talon and your Dallas to appropriately attack the site with what you can see. That might be it, but that's also saying play perfectly into a player that's already kind of playing almost perfectly. It's a big ask, and their decision instead seems to be try to make this pivot, try to make this rotation, but it seems like it's just a bit of a fake, and they might be making a move quickly. If they go quick, if they go fast enough, the fake, if it works, might have been bought already. Slop taking a lot of damage, but too much HP. Slopodopoulos rolls away safely, and they lose someone on it. They had the game plan, it just fails.
Slop continuing his... I mean, he's just been staying alive so much I mean, he is basically a part of the Bee Gees by now. Really doing a great job at making sure to play his life, play his positioning. He just reads the other team incredibly well. Look at that. He's watching the flank, but he gets double teamed for the first time. He's going to go down, not getting back up. But Pulsa, look at that. Got some big plays coming out, and it doesn't matter. They don't need slop. They're still just going to make it happen.
Yeah, they can do it all themselves. Near the end, they don't need him. You're right. It's one of the, honestly, that's the first death in a while. They haven't had someone even go down. Slopodopoulos decides to give it away. You say he's been staying alive so long. He's part of the Bee Gees. Clearly, looking at what day it is, he does seem to have Saturday Night Fever hanging on and running hot here throughout all the games tonight. Clearly they made it this far, even if we haven't been able to see the others. 5-0. What a start for Right Turtle. Again, coming in as the Week 3 winners versus the Week 1 winners. If they can keep up this kind of play style, if they can keep up this look for themselves, they're well poised to make it fairly far. They still have to get through Cordiality, a team that we know are no pushover, even if Right Turtle are doing a lot of the pushing and Cordiality are doing a lot of the falling over so far on this Canals.
Looking for this opening pick. We've got 3 coming down the line. That's going to be another hit from Slop. Not going to be able to land that initial headshot. Very unfortunate. Rick's going to open this one up, getting MS. Slop, he's going to be in a massive amount of trouble here, but his team comes in to help, but that doesn't matter. Ricks is able to get another one. So huge plays by Ricks right now. Going to try to get this hit off. He gets some damage in. We see the numbers, but Slop's going to get picked up, and all of that advantage that they came and were able to make up for, like, oh man, that is just tough to be in that position, have that opportunity, and then just lose it like that. We see Nash trying to make something happen. He gets the nade off. Prosper goes down. This is a numbers advantage. They've got to make a move on 2 versus 4. But there we go. He's going to come right back up, and now we've got a 3-on-4.
And he's kind of making good use of that padded steps on this flank. Slop has been playing well, but now going for a wide flank. If this catches them off guard, this could be the round winner, honestly, for them. And they could put another dagger in the heart of the hopes that Cordiality might be starting to have in this round with the advantage that they're playing around with thus far, as he is slowly still making his way around the backside. They're able to get some more utility. Slop's flank does pay off. Nash will be the first to fall. Now he's in a perfect position. Who's that? Forced to push in because he doesn't know where all this damage is going to be coming from. And now it's 2 versus 1. It's all down to who's dat. And now it's a runway ditto. It's a runway 1 versus 1. He has to hear this sound. He knows he's pushing in. He tries to climb over. Slop gets some damage and gets the headshot as he goes over the edge. That literally as close as it could be. If he had been able to live, if he'd been able to run away, maybe he stops his defuse, maybe he buys more time, but through a crack, through the tiniest little gap, Slop goes down last round, makes it up this round.
I make up for it. Good God, Slop. Look at these stats. Slop is just killing it, and then makes a play like that where he's got literally less than a second on the disarm, and also had to hit the headshot. And the headshot was just barely a centimeter away from missing. So just incredible clutch moment from him. He is having one hell of a first map.
Yeah, I mean, that not only did he have that clutch moment, he also gave them the setup too. You know, he was the pitcher and the hitter. He threw the ball up and whacked it himself. He came all the way around from A using a padded steps flank and just waddled his way across the entire map and managed to get exactly where they needed him to be. And now with only 1 round left on offense, I know this map is generally defensively sided just because of the power of the rotations and all the places you can sit, which is why intel is so important on both sides. You gotta at least get 1 round. You want to at least get 1 round. You need to have just a little bit of breathing room to make a mistake, or the pressure will make you break. Doesn't know how likely that's going to be so far. Prosper actually overextending, so now much more likely than it was previously, but Slop with 2, getting down to 1 person left. Can this Dahlia get the res? No, the Talon will fall, so it is a 2 versus 2. One more time off the res they were able to force here. Slop really pushing for it, but they might just back up and play a retake potentially, knowing that they can't really stop this. He's trying to deny the bomb pickup as much as they can. Just noticed myself, the bomb is out in the open, and they can push and fight for this as much as they want. Slop trying to watch this tight angle, but Nash and Joker, how can they set up to get back in here? What do they even still have? They forced out MS for now, but Slop is still holding close by, and that bomb is still in no man's land.
Only 23 seconds to play with. Somebody's got to make a move. There's some tough angles if you're the attacker. They've got to make something happen. We do have the bomb being planted. It goes down, and now the bait. Going to wait this one out, and it is going to slow down pretty drastically. Oh, but the flank! The flank comes in. The angle was not watched.
Oh, and they have wall hacks. That's it. Yeah, they snapped the fingers there. No one watching that one side. That's what makes it so tough when you hit this point, right? When you have so few players left. What are you going to do? You can't watch everything. You just have to keep your eyes on as much as you can. This is why intel so crucial in these moments, and they just did not have it. Prosper, with a lot of reses for his team, actually. I want to make a quick note of that, but on the other side, they're really catching up, and they have to have a perfect defensive half. What are the changes that Cordiality feel like have to be made, if any at all? They're keeping the talent for now, but Right Turtle didn't even run that on the defense. That's already a change from a team that just had a perfect half.
Well, you want to play it a little different, and you want to make up for this huge differential that it's been made over on the defensive side. Obviously, it's a defensive map, so there's going to be that, you know, the ball is in their court. Like, they can't give up a round either. Like, they have got to match the same energy that just happened to them, and hopefully Cordiality can make that happen, bring it all the way back, make this a much tighter game, because this is just too much. If they can't just be able to put up with the amount of heat that was just put down on them in the first half, that was just a flawless display of Roko on that half of the map. I mean, that is just incredible.
Yeah, flawless play, and again, the pressure is still on, and apparently it's on for Right Turtle too. They walk right into a C4, they drop the bomb in the open, they do manage to pick it up, but the next kills are still going in favor of the defenders here. Cordiality find one more. The siding of the map may be a little more important than we might have realized. It's Slop left with only 1 HP left, and he will not be able to live through Rixie. Rixie picking up a lot of them this time, and I know the stats look a little dire, but this is the start of a potentially strong defensive half. If they manage to kind of hang on all the way, and they do have a big economic bonus early on here, denying the plant as well. Probably helps quite a bit, but Rixie in this fight, exactly where he needed to be, holding close, playing that talent. I think he got the C4 down. It might have been, actually, sorry, it was Nash with the Anvil C4, getting that one. Still, exactly where he wanted to be, getting all the cleanup there, and setting up his team for this rollout here. On the defense, Anvil is also another big change for them. It really helps for some of these post-plant situations, especially on the standard site to play, which is B, but look where Nash is going. He's just going to hold up in mid, actually in between A and mid, to watch this cut and make sure Right Turtle don't surprise them on A.
Watching the slow play here. Who's dat? Gets the first pick onto Prosper. Rick, he matches it, getting the second, and now they're making the aggressive plays coming in. Rick gets 2. Who's dat finishes it off. Oh my God, this is, I don't know if, is this overzealous movement and play that we're seeing over on the side of Right Turtle, or is this just dominant defensive play from Cordiality? Are they able to play a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from Right Turtle? Because Right Turtle was just pretty much leaning on the fact that they were grabbing intel, they were playing a lot more conservative, but then Cordiality, you know, they're really just bringing it to them. They're not waiting whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, Alex, you might have to convince me that a round even just happened, because that didn't look like one. I'm gonna be in my experience, that didn't even look like a round. That looked like the warm up before the game even started. But hey, we're already 10 rounds in now. Round 9, unless they skipped it, clearly must have happened regardless of the outcome. Right Turtle getting absolutely mauled on the attempt to make it in, and that's the kind of boost you kind of want for your defending team if you can get a win like that. And this is a very interesting defense. I got to take note of it from Cordiality.
Yeah.
They are just all in mid, ready to go from one side to the other, leaving it a little open, but setting up for a potential very brutal retake, because it's hard to stop that on the attacking side unless you are very well situated.
Yeah, they're doing moves just like this, where they just tend to be poking and getting different angles and going in and really making sure that they're trying to execute the first kill, get that first pick, and play the numbers game effectively. And it's been working pretty well so far. 2 rounds into the defensive side, and they're making it look simple
So far, but now they are going to lose someone. I think that is one of their first deaths of this defending half, at least after that first round. Holding close on these corners. They're trying to go in. They're shielded off, and that's a defuse.
Wait a minute.
That's the power of Anvil. You
Wait a minute.
Pop down the shield. You get on that defuse. You get it done in front of an entire team. Combine that with one flashbang, they didn't have a response.
Oh my gosh. That was just so close, too, if you really think about it. I mean, it was only seconds that they were up in his face, and he was almost downed. But, yeah, they were just able to make that decision a little faster. There was no hesitation on their part, and that required Right Turtle to make the play a lot quicker, and they just couldn't get to it. So far, this defense is very, very interesting, and I'm loving every second of it. I mean, it is fantastic.
Yeah, the way that they're playing it, it's a little different. It does make things a little tougher. I think you are relying on your team's coordination on these rotations, but still, it is clearly working, as I think a lot of different defensive setups can work on this map. But now they're actually pivoting early. I think they have the read. They think these players are here. They don't want to peek Slopodopolis, but they don't need to peek anything, because Pulsar just walked into a trip mine. That's a free down for them. Obviously not going to get a pick, but they waste some of their time. Not give them a little bit of cash. Another down from a trip mine onto Slop.
My God.
I don't think they want to push. They might push for this actually right now, especially with that next down. That's 2 kills from Util. That's a 3rd down. It's only the Dahlia left. She'll be able to pick someone up. The Chalk actually picked himself up, and now it's immediately traded. But everyone else
Bruh.
Did I just read that right?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure
did.
You're telling me that was 3 trip mine downs in one round?
Wait, I thought it was 4. Did I count?
No,
wrong?
I think it was pretty sure it was just 3, because Prosper ran into it at the very end.
Oh my God, that is just unbelievable. The Util downs in that round is more than I think I've seen all day. Like in that one
maybe
round.
other than all the trip mine, the trip mine downs we saw in game number 1, or game number 2 today. That one was a little wild, but I guess we're seeing the exact same thing happen. Look down, people. There's trip mines in the game. Surprise! Maybe not having a glitch. Some people just aren't used to just getting rid of them or being able to see them, but you gotta know they're there. Both teams are putting them down. Both teams are apparently gonna fall victim to them.
There's an old saying that we had in Halo, and it's you got to check it. Check your corners, check your spawns, and check for your darn trip mines, man. They're sitting right under you. You got to make sure you're not giving up 3 or 4 easy downs to those. It was the utility round last round, and now we've got 3 more to tie this one up. Slop trying to get a good pick here. Another peek might come in. Nope, not going to happen. He's trying to move up, though, and try to get the peeks. It looks like the pokes aren't coming in from Cordiality, though, so a little bit of a switch up, and it might be confusing Right Turtle just a little bit. Like, whoa, wait a minute. Why aren't we getting harassed?
Or maybe they're just waiting for trip mines. I don't know. It's looking. It's feeling like Modern Warfare 2019 launch. There is just apparently a trip mine around every single corner, and they have to be aware of it because everyone's got them, according to how it feels to play into. But they are getting a little bit confused, it seems, from Right Turtle. They're now shifting into mid. They're walking into a nade and taking a lot of damage, but not necessarily falling just yet. Pulsar trying to push. That's a C4 over. Will they be able to get away from it? They will for now, and they have the covering fire with Pulsar close by, cleaning up 2. But traded out fairly quickly. It's only the runway left, but the bomb is down. If Who'sdat can stay alive, they can win this round off the back of that, but he's going to have to run. I don't know if they can make it even over there in time. Who'sdat is booking it. This downed player actually might be playing to body block them from getting to the bomb. Slop just barely makes it in time, and now things are looking dire. It's just Who'sdat in a corner. He's the last player left. They don't have Util, but He's got to get through 3 players and defuse the bomb while being on the other side of the map and in one tiny little corner. It's not going to happen. The map will close out. It could have been so close. Maybe a body block from a down player could have done it, but Right Turtle, dominant defensive half, struggled a bit as soon as they flipped it, but they just had a better idea of how to play canals.
Yeah, it was just too good of a start. 7-0, Slobodopolis having 10 assists. I mean, he had a triple-double. I mean, that was exactly what we just saw from Slobodopolis in the first half. And then I didn't see the stats after that, but I can only imagine what was going on with him. He just had one heck of a game, an absolute MVP performance. Very difficult to take down that kind of ability. I mean, I don't know if that's just what we're going to see for the rest of the day, if he's just having a great moment. That was just a one-game deal, but whatever it was, it took. Look at this. Look at this. What do you do?
Brutal.
What do you do? I mean, that's not an actual question because we know what you do. You lose.
If someone's just hitting the right way, it's going to be so hard to overcome. And Sloppy even had this clutch situation right here. I want to see where this headshot gets hit from.
Oof. Did that go through?
Did he roll? Did he roll up top and his head come back around the other side? I really don't even know.
I think it went through
how
a crack.
you make it end up happening that way. That's unfortunate for Nash right there. That could have been a little bit closer, but caught rolling into the surface. Maybe he lives, but no chance. This is the 7-0. I wish we had trip mine POVs. I don't think we're going to have the trip mine kills, unfortunately, but still, it was one wild round here. There's the defuse, the shield, this match in general. Right Turtle, they're showing, even though they're qualifying in week 3, they're still a threat. They are a team that is looking like the Right Turtle we're used to seeing, and it pushed them to the map 1 win.
Yeah, I got one question. Where were Right Turtle in qualifier 1 and 2? You know, they did do great in qualifier 3, but like, you know, what was their showing like in the first 2 weeks? Because that really makes a difference. Did they even compete?
Don't think they did. I'm checking that right now. It looks like they held out. But
right, so
if they're
there you
trying
have
to
it.
avoid that, yeah, they're only playing.
I just got information from production. Q3 was their only showing, so that makes a lot of difference. They could be a team that possibly could have won the first qualifier. So that, you know, that's always the consideration when you're talking about that. So yeah, these boys are here, and they're looking darn good. I'm hoping we see another performance out of Slop in map number 2, just like that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Right Turtle's hoping for that too. I think that's kind of an expected one.
Right.
You know, if they're playing in the 3rd qualifier just to get better seeding, is there going to be some meta where Justice don't play week 1 and 2, and then suddenly we're seeing Right Turtle versus Justice for week number 3? That would be wild, but that's for the future and not now. Scorch and Vi are the bans, if we can bring that up for that. That's a lot of corner pressure kind of out of the picture. No immunity to Incense. A couple Incense characters gone. Dallas and Runway probably going to be very crucial heading into map number 2.
Fablas King, we've seen it so far once today, and it was a pretty exciting one. The level of play, though, is going to be so much better this one time around. And those are the accurate bans, Scorch and Vi. And obviously we know we're expecting a Scorch at all times, but what is the reasoning for the Vi?
Corner pressure, man. Corner pressure and Incense. A lot of places you could potentially hide here on King of the Hill, and you just want to get rid of ways to force yourself off. Both these teams clearly aiming for the generally strong strategies on this map because it matters. You want to stay in the upper bracket. You are so close to winners finals. You've already gotten through 2 other teams to get there. Who will get further? Right Turtle with a 1-0 lead over the number 1 seeded team heading into this. And they also seem very confident in their composition here. Kestrel, Lancer, Dallas, and Chalk already locked in for Right Turtle. And they're just waiting on the other side. That's no Runway. For the members of Right Turtle, Cordiality will pick it up fairly quickly. Plus the Dallas, as I mentioned, that's an Incense and a refresh they can utilize. But Kestrel and Lancer will also be mirrored. Chalk into Runway. I think that battle will be kind of determining the story of how this game is going to go.
Runway been such a big deal ever since she released. We've seen some great plays already today with her. And we're going to see if that can make a big enough difference here on Fabulous. Like to see the same pop-offs. But honestly, from what we just saw, I don't really think they needed it, honestly. I don't think, like, yeah, that was a pop-off that we just witnessed, but I don't believe any individual really needs to make that happen because Right Turtle has just been super, super impressive just in the way they execute their team play. I mean, it's not really coming down to one player at all.
Woo! Yeah, I would think so. Okay. Okay, Rix. That's fine. Slop's dead. That was a quick one. Gave his life up fairly quickly, too, and suddenly this respawn looking not so bad for the members of Cordiality, who are in the red here. Right Turtle now just getting their first taste of the objective. Pushing back Who's Dat, but they are just getting torn apart. Joker finds two more. No, they're just getting a little bit of this time. 33 seconds remaining. Are they going to try to fight this? I mean, this is a fairly decent hill to hold on to, but it's only Slopodopoulos holding close. Finds Joker unawares, though, and runs away from Who's Dat, but they are all running him down.
Just an absolute beam across the map from Slop. That was a trade, though, and now rotation coming in with only 10 seconds remaining. Got the runway, checking the flanks. Watching for the players. MS, he was ready for it, though. He already knew.
Good place to be. Got to be kind of aware of where those map rotations are going to come into, and that lets Right Turtle already be settled here on this objective. You can see this Lancer just trying to be in the right spot ahead of time. You know, they already have this locked down. It's about what Cordiality are going to do to break it down.
Slop watching the angles, getting some help, just waiting. Watching Who's Dat going to get a big dub. Now Pulsa just trying to stay alive, put down as much damage as possible. He's going to get the pinch, though, and that is going to be 2 down right now for a second. And we are just witnessing much better play going back and forth in this respawn game type. Looking for the snipe from Rix. He was able to get a great pick in the beginning. Oh, my God, 4.
Under a lot of pressure there, too. I mean, I guess you're asking about how to deal with a runway that's hitting shots. I guess that's probably it, right? You apply the pressure on the angle they're trying to take. Works for a little bit. And now Rix is kind of just struggling to find a way back in, potentially. He's spotted, but they have control of the hill up top. Ready for Hill C. But it's slow. It's patient play. But it's flanks from MS. That's too quick. They were playing a little bit too patient, and they gave MS the whole map to toy around with. Right Turtle with control of Hill C, and this is a very tough one to break.
They didn't even have a chance to shoot. They could not turn around before they were both downed. Now that is just a beautiful flank by him. He was able to prioritize both targets very well. Now he's just landing some excellent shots through the middle lane. MS just making some big things happen. Prosper with his own kills. So excellent job so far. Right Turtle making awesome plays. We're seeing just excellent executions, some excellent flanks. Prosper Logic getting the kill onto Who's Dat, but Joker going to answer back with a kill onto Pulsa. Got MS getting a kill. Prosper is up there. Watching the rotation come in, and we're going to get this one tied up.
I mean, it's just brutal. The kill feed is just all blue to the left, red on the right. Finally, we're seeing a flip for the sake of Cordiality. They're going to be able to get back in here to hill number D, which is one of the stronger ones on the map, but Who's Dat cannot even cross the angle. He's just getting mowed down by Pulsa and Slop, who are holding close by. Pulsa, though, accidentally rolling back into the fire. That might actually change things a lot. That makes things so much easier for them. But Rix accidentally gives his life away. Nash is still holding in the back here, wanting to stop them when they come in. Surprises Slop and gets the reset on his reveal, so he knows where the next player is, but knows that it's MS and not Pulsa. Doesn't know how close by Pulsa is. He's forced to roll in, but who's racking up the time right now? It's nobody. It's still contested. Rixie has a lineup onto Pulsa, but it's just applying pressure and can't actually finish him up. Pulsa sitting there with 2 HP, and Pulsa stands up with barely anything, hanging on by a thread for dear life. But Right Turtle still managed to control this objective, and they are just trying to find their surround. They cannot push these angles. It's always covered.
After that big kill by Pulsa, he's getting help from his team. He only had 1 HP. Oh, man, what a close one it has been. 15 seconds remaining in this one, and then there's still a fight. 3 down. While they're still getting time, good Lord. 3 down, and they're still getting time. What on earth? Fighting for every second. And here we go. We are in the sudden death, and 20 seconds differential. This is going to be a big break. They have got to break this one, and they're all coming from the same place. Putting the snipe down. MS picks up one, Slop another. Here we go. 2-on-2. Oh, big kills coming out.
No one left.
Oh, and there we have it. Excellent win. Slop was able to pick up some massive kills. And Right Turtle just showing that they are here to play and here to get this dub.
You say everyone coming from the same door. I was literally, if I got it back, I was going to say not everybody. Slop, with that rotation to the far door, has that angle behind them. They're all lined up just to kill that one choke. And they basically just send the rest of the team that's not Slop like lemmings, just running in right off the side of the cliff, which is everyone else's line of sight on Cordiality, and it sets up Slop to take down everybody near the end. So just a perfect setup play by them. And who's that? Hoping to stop a flank this time. They know they just got flanked, so they're going to be hyper aware, and that's why Red Turtle aren't even going to go for it. They're not going to go for these flanks. They're instead going to play on the outside and try to potentially poke them down, but they just get caught out by this. It's only Prosper still fighting here. The flank from Who's Dat does finish him off even after losing 2 downs in the process. Finally getting in on the side. It's going to be dead even here, and it seems like Red Turtle still want to fight it.
Yeah, contesting for these 30 seconds. Definitely something they can do. They're set up for it. They have the numbers. Here we go. Who's Dat going to get the pick? Off the rotation. And the shots coming in from Who's Dat. Oh, my God. He's able to pick up 2. Rix gets the 3rd. And we are going to watch the New Hill coming up here. And Who's Dat is ready for it. He watches Slop with the 3P. Coming down into the middle lane. Going to just wait for him to get into position. Trying to get some help first. MS rushing to the aid of his team. Not going to be able to get in. Who's Dat's got plenty of help. A little savior from his teammates. Slop and Prosper going to be able to pick up some kills for themselves. Some damage comes in from MS. Lands a kill of his own. And Joker able to connect with that one. So watching this middle lane, going to hold down control, and this is going to buy a lot of points.
Joker getting 2 on the way out is very crazy that he even managed to do that, but it just didn't end up mattering, the timing of his death. There was not any teammates really close by, and MS now getting 2 on his own. Also in a great position to help Pulsa up top, but Pulsa doesn't even need the help. He's chalk, he's got the rage. He's able to pop that and win that duel, even after throwing himself away effectively afterwards. This is a much more difficult round for the members of Cordiality. They might be setting up on Hill C. It looks like you can already see them there. Slopodopolis lurking fairly close by. Nash seems to spot him, but can't win the duel. Who's Dat also might be the next victim, with MS looking close by to help him out. That's the second one down. Rolling, can he find a third? This man is just unstoppable today. Not even Grand Finals day. You got to be saving something for Sunday. They're looking poised to make it there if they keep up this style of play.
Slop-a-dop is cracked. Slop is not missing shots. The man is killing it. Okay. Why'd you got to make me look like that, Slop? As soon as I say that, there's whiffs on his shot. It's okay, though. That was a pretty hard one to hit. Now he's set up in the back. He's watching the back lane, looking for the flank. They've got 2. That's going to be Nash and Joker. He's going to set up the perfect shots on him. They're going to be in a good spot to put good pressure on. He does not land the snipe. Trying to get out of there. He probably could have played his life a little bit longer, but that is going to be a successful little push here from Cordiality. Nash does win his fight against MS, and now we're going to see some points going in their favor, but not enough. They have got to get on this rotation quick.
Oh, that seals the deal. Takes 4 people to kill Slop. They're ordering how to stop him. 4 people. That seems to be the only way, the only mathematical equation that's worked so far from what I've seen. But I Right Turtle, after they lost that fight, I mean, MS trades for 2, MS buys even more time, and then they go, all right, well, we're so far ahead. Let's just just get on D. Let's just hold D as well as we can. And they're clearly setting up Prosper for success and MS, as everybody on the team has fallen. They'll continue to count things up. And now they don't even have time to set this up. They just have to run in. If they wait for everybody to be there and everybody ready and everyone to be in position, they're literally just not going to rack up time. But Prosper has given up the objective. He's walked off. He's not letting it rack up anymore. He's not forcing the issue to take a duel instead. Almost wins 2, but Slop gets the trade for him. Now they're racking things up again because they have 2 picks for themselves. Rixie falls, and it's only Nash left, and he has to sprint. He cannot stop moving, and I don't even think he'll have the time to make it, and he will not. A 2-0 clean win for Right Turtle. They kept up in eliminations on the other side, but just objective control was never for them.
Yeah. I mean, it was one of those things where when we saw 3 down and they're still getting points, like, come on, man. You can't let that happen. Every single point matters a ton. Like, it could mean the difference between a win or a loss easily. So you got to make sure that you're not letting that happen. They weren't aggressive enough. Oh, my God, this play was beautiful. Pulsa with 0. This man had 0. Like, he should have been in the grave. And he gets help from his team, stays alive right there. That was beautiful work there. So we did see a great round in the first one, but that second one, just too one-sided. Good Lord, this Right Turtle, I mean, you got to watch out. Cordiality, they're in the lower bracket now. Come on now. That's going to be tough for whoever matches against them. They're going to be like, what the hell? What's going on?
They're not there just yet. We still got a best of 5 ahead of us. We still have to make it to strikeout here.
Man, I'm already counting them out. They're out. They don't have a chance. No chance.
Whoa. That's the opposite of what we're supposed to do here, Alec. Come on, man. They still got some time. It's a respawn. I think anything can happen.
You play that side, I'll play my side.
They kept it so close. All right, good. We'll do good cop, bad cop.
There you go.
Good cop, bad cop for this one. I'll be the good cop. It's respawn. It's chaotic. They kept it close even after losing how those rounds went, and I still think they played around their lives maybe a little better than Right Turtle were sometimes. Just that Right Turtle were taking aggressive fights off the objective so often that it made it so when they got those 3 kills, they still didn't get the 4th person that was on it. I think that means that holding in on lockdown here, it's not out of their reach. They still absolutely have a chance in this, as they should, as the first seed heading into the main event.
Good Lord. First seed. This could be the first big upset of the day in the main event. You got to love it. That's the kind of story that I talked about, that I wanted to see, and we're getting it right here. They're going down. It's about to be a 3-0. Get ready for it, folks. This is about to be a big, big upset.
There's the bad cop. Well, you got to remember, as we mentioned before, Right Turtle, a little higher than their seeding would suggest. They are playing Qualifier 3, so they can get that number 5 seed, so they can kind of be a little bit flexible.
Right.
In who they play against. And maybe so they can take out the number 1 early, because if you win week 3, clearly by the time you hit semis, you're playing the number 1 seed, assuming they make it that far in. Map 3 bans, by the way, are in officially lockdown. It's going to be Vi, still taken out by Right Turtle, and Cordiality have decided, all right, we're sick of Runway. We're sick of her. She's out of it. We're not going to deal with
her out.
We don't want these incense. We don't want these resets on incense for our team. We don't want their Semtexes specifically. Want all that gone. So they will be. Vi, though, for the corner pressure, again, so important. I say it every single time because it's just what she does. She forces you off your angle. She denies information. And that's one of the best ways to play Rogue Company. It's hold those corners. It's watch those angles, and Vi does not let you get away with it.
Yeah, and lockdown, obviously, we've seen plenty of times on the open lanes near the towers when you're playing tower to tower, where Vi is going to be really essential because you're going to want to get that intel early. You're going to want to make sure that you can get those pushes down the middle lane. And, it's good that there's runway banned as well, because once you do get through, you don't want to have to deal with all that fire and all of that just endless amounts of supply. So I'm really liking these 2 bans. What can we expect with these 2 bans?
We could expect Dallas, I think, as we head into lockdown here. Someone we've been seeing a lot today, and I expect to see again, just for that fire pressure. With Vi gone, maybe you could see the Scorch again. It is a respawn mode. She's going to be able to get aggressive with it, and she was banned last map. So Dallas Scorch, I think, almost a shoe-in. And then from there, Dahlia for res to split the Scorch passive, probably a Kestrel for fragging power, maybe a Lancer if you want to go that direction. I think it can go either way. I don't expect things to be pivoting from the status quo too much. It is a respawn mode after all. But some things are changing a little bit. I guess I am a little bit off. No Scorch. Even with these bans, they still don't care about that fire pressure. Will be a Dallas mirror match. Will be a Kestrel mirror match. But Ronin and Lancer versus Seeker on the other side.
Yeah, we've seen some fancy Seeker play already today on here. I'm gonna like to see those banks with the new patch. Let's see, Kestrel mirror match, Joker versus Slop, and Rix versus MS on the Dallas. Dahlia. What do you think about Dahlia?
I like her. And that's it.
Okay.
No, I
like her too.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think she's solid. I mean, you managed to get any passive. Obviously, I think it also shows the little bit of a leaning towards playing a little bit further into protecting your lives. They are so important. The 16 tickets that you have are so key to this. And it looks like they did not save themselves on the server. They disconnected. But talking more about the Dahlia as they remake the lobby. It lets you keep your players alive. A lot of people just instantly bleed out and respawn. They don't think about it. This is the way around that. It's the way around it. They're able to actually keep themselves up. They're able to share in some of those passives, whether it's, Kestrel snowballing money, whether it's Dallas Reset Gamora revives. All of that kind of adds up. And Dahlia is just a very solid addition to any team. And she can play aggressive too.
Now, do you think that was a little mix-up right there with the pick? Maybe they had a wrong pick because it didn't look like it was a dropout. The timing looked like it was maybe we picked the wrong play, the wrong rogue, or what was there? There could have been something there. I think. I don't think that was just a regular disconnect.
I didn't take a look. Well, it's hard to say. I didn't take a look. I think they might have picked the wrong game mode. It seemed like an error on the player's part. Either way, we have some time.
Was that the wrong game mode?
Until I just guessing it might have been. I didn't look it up at the HUD. I was too busy talking about the rogues we were discussing and how Dahlia was going to work. It might have been. I didn't get a good enough look at it, but either way, it's going to take a minute till we can get back in game. The player's obviously eager to get into it. I know that honestly, I think Cordiality are probably happy that they're remaking.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's the momentum potentially killer. It's exactly it's the ice. But you can ice them, but they might have ice in their veins. They could be, just cold-blooded and not be bothered by this. That's not necessarily that's not unlikely.
I don't know. I'm the bad cop, right? So I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they're going to have the possibility of a reverse sweep. But have we seen that capability from Cordiality in the past? Do you think that they could pull this one off?
Listen, if a team can take down Justice, I think they can do pretty much anything in the span of Rogue Company. I think
that's what I wanted.
I think it is doable. I don't think it is outside of the realm of possibility for them as long as they can kind of clutch up and keep it going for themselves.
All right, same picks across the board.
It was best of 3. It wasn't primarily respawn. That could just be not it. They could just be that playing respawn against a team like Right Turtle is just too much pressure, The qualifier format might just be where they thrived, and this is where things are getting a little bit too tough.
Oh, yeah, 100% the best of 5, adding in a little strikeout. I think that really is going to showcase the better teams. I mean, that's just going to be in their favor, give them the advantage big time. When you're in the qualifier format with the single elimination, that doesn't have a very big margin of error. Like as soon as a better team makes a big mistake, that's it. That better team's going to be out of there, and it's just not the case here. Like they're allotted a lot more opportunities, and that's where it becomes the consistency, right? You can't just have one big play, one big moment, one big game, and then boom, you're going to be able to qualify. You've got to keep it going against these better teams, and they're being tested right now. Cordiality, they've got a lot of work ahead of them.
And this is where it's going to have to start. Not there, necessarily. Maybe not in the open with Prosper shooting at you, but somewhere else on the map. Ideally, the site where you're going to be capturing, where you're going to be trying to hold on. Already, though, really solid control of this luggage area by Slopadopoulos, who is doing so much damage to Who'sdat, and the blue members of Cordiality not able to really hang on so far. Another one down for them. Every fight that they win, they're getting traded right away, but finally they manage to strike back with just a few kills and keep it fairly even. But Slop has flawless timing. He downs Who'sdat, he finishes off Nash, and he sets them back 2 more tickets.
There we go, just waiting it out, playing a little slow, watching their corners, trying to get some intel in here. We've got Nash making the play up, and Mess, he gets the pick onto Joker, and the aggression coming out of Right Turtle is just too darn much. We've got Cordiality trying to make some plays, but oh, they get caught out, and Mess getting that double.
Just total control. That's what we're seeing from Right Turtle here. Anytime a member of Cordiality wants to take an angle or wants to get a revive, they're getting punished for it almost immediately. And again, Rixie, maybe I'll help my teammate. I'm 1 HP. It's just happening in the blink of an eye. The Red Turtle playing this map, and see if going for this res is even a mistake here. Slopadopoulos finding Joker there. They got the res over here, but they lost someone on the other side of the map for it, and they got revealed by the Seeker. This is just not looking good for them so far with only 5 tickets remaining. Make that 4, because I doubt they're going to be able to go for that res, as they're all getting forced. They're just getting corralled into a corner. They're sheep, and Right Turtle are the shepherds.
Pinching them every chance they can get, getting great flanks, moving just faster. Honestly, the gameplay on their side, Right Turtle, they are not turtles. They are hares today. They are making some super quick decisions. They're not hesitating. They're really just getting up in their face, and the level of play is just too much for Cordiality to handle. There really is just excellent play all around. MS taking a little bit of damage, waiting for his teammate to help him out here. Nash does get a pickup. Rix gets one as well. That's going to be massive. So this could snowball a little bit if they're not careful. MS needs to hide. This is a big moment from him. He pops it at the right time. He's not able to get the trade, though. Oh, he does. He does. That's going to be big.
It's a down, and if they can punish the res, it could help here, but actually Slop manages to walk back in and find Joker. But is it going to flip the objective? It looks like it will, actually. So Right Turtle just walking back in even after getting wiped out by Rixie with that devotion. They see where the last members of Cordiality are. They know that they're, again, corralled into this luggage area. Is Slop going to push this? I mean, they have the intel on it. He doesn't need to. The impetus is on them. They have to be the one to cross this distance and actually go in. They're taking a lot of damage for it, but this devotion once again rings true. This positioning by Rixie is helping them significantly and getting them a little bit more intel, but they only have 32 seconds left to make it in on this objective. If they can get this flip, they have a chance here. They get it off, but devotion, again, close range hip fire takes down Emis. And now Rixie, he's doing everything he can to keep his team in the game, but it might just not be enough with the utility now that's going to be coming in from Right Turtle.
Rixie really has done everything. I mean, he is just landing some excellent shots, getting huge picks off. He's the last one up, though. He's got to do it all and be the hero. Let's go over with him, see what he is able to pull off here. He does get it. Big 1v1, but the rest come through and take him out. Rix, man, 7 downs, 8 elims. Good Lord, what a great performance out of him in that one.
And the fact that it's happening now when the pressure's on, when Right Turtle this is series point. If they manage to walk away with this one, Cordiality on the verge. If they can't take any of these strikeout rounds of going to the loser's bracket, this is when the pressure's on, and this is when Rixie seems to be turning it on. It's when he is connecting with this devotion, playing this range, not even running some of the more consistent DMRs, sticking with Dallases. Instead of swapping things around, he's like, I don't need a Mamba. I'm hitting everything. And he's right. You know, usually you hear that and you think, all right, my teammate's trolling. Nope. Nope. He is just connecting every single shot on the enemy. And there's another one for you. Just to get a good look. But that one, not from Rixie. That one's from MS. Still running around with that devotion as well. So they're both in the same boat. And it seems like they both have good reason for it.
Turning the corner, the double tap. Good Lord, he gets another one, another dink. Just over and over. Good Lord, that was beautiful play, excellent accuracy, and so darn aggressive, too. It is so difficult to be that aggressive and still have impeccable aim. hats off to him just getting into the mix like that. We're going to watch Pulsa trying to make a flank happen in the middle lane here. Does land some excellent shots, gets the dink off, almost a kill, trying to get over that corner.
No nade.
Trying to see, there we go, much better, but not going to be able to do it, has to back down.
Yeah, the Incen, great to send Pulsa back, but again, the more time you waste at this point, the more time you wait, the less of a chance you're going to have as they creep up and burn away these tickets on this objective. And it looks like every gunfight is just going the way of Right Turtle right now. I mean, just watch the kill feed. I know that that's, you know, not necessarily the story of the game all the time, but they are just getting stifled on these angles, getting zoned out completely. And what I'm noticing is that they're just flooding whatever angle Rixie is playing at with bullets. That's what it is. Rixie tries to peek something, and they said, all right, well, if 3 people shoot there, even if you down one of us with Devotion, you're going down as well, and you're playing isolated so no one can help you. And it's been how they're shutting down this Dallas, and it's been very effective. That or MS just wins the duel now that he has the Devotion in hand as well.
MS putting a little bit of shots off there to try to pre-fire the corner. Rix trying to get some of his own. He peeks. Oh, baby. Dallas versus Dallas. That's going to be MS coming out on top. Gotta love it. The mirror match. Slop going to be able to get the pick. Pulsa follows through. Nash, he's finishing off MS, but there are only 2 tickets. Make that 1. They are really backed up into a corner into this one. Prosper takes down Nash. Pulsa's there. Great team fire from both. Pulsa just keeping his life now. Who's that? With the pickup onto Prosper. They're trying to move in on him. MS is here with Slop. Slop just watching this corner here. He gets a great dink off. And there we go. They're moving in. Final kill here, and boom. That does it.
Wow. And Slop even Slop wants to get in on this Devotion gameplay. I mean, he is doing so much with that Devotion when he picks it up here, but picking that up saying, hey, I used to play Dallas too. I want to run this weapon as well. I'm going to clearly connect anything you put in front of me with, and it is just a absolute crushing over here so far. Cordiality, again, they're on the edge. I feel like they're so close in some of these rounds, like the way that Rixie held on, but that one, that was not the case. Maybe that things are pivoted inside. Maybe things can look a little bit different for them here. We'll see what they can do with it. Seeker Bow does not get a down, but it does get some early damage. None of the utility connects the way that they want it to. How does this duel with Who's Dat go? He does end up on the better side of Slopodopoulos, but 2 other players are already down, and MS doesn't even get... The flank doesn't even take down MS.
Great shots from all 3 players. MS, Slop. Nash goes down. Joker as well. And just the level of play. Good Lord, it is so quick. MS is able to find that one. Oh my God, he gets melted though. Absolutely taken off of the server. Rix trying to land some big headshots here. This is it. This is their time. They do not want to go down. They want to make it through, get this reverse sweep going. Can they do it, Krez?
It's looking difficult right now. They're already 4 down. They need at least 1 unanswered team wipe. Make that an unanswered team wipe plus 1. Now that Rixie has gone down to the Incen on his attempted push here. Right Turtle so strong on this contest here. The duel on the outside I think is going to be fairly important, but Slop is already sitting here. Rixie tries to make a move and is immediately knocked down to 90. That's 90 for about 30 damage in response. But now he's taking a 1 versus 2. Pops his second adrenaline shot, but he blood joins himself just a little bit too close to the edge, and that's a free pick that they can work off of. This outside might be wide open to them at this point, with their players playing under them. Joker down below manages to avoid some damage. That's 3 in a row downed, effectively unanswered. Only now does Right Turtle manage to strike back, courtesy of Slopodopoulos. But they still have control of the objective. No matter what, if these fights are going even, you're losing more because of the site that is just ticking away, as go the chances of Cordiality to make it to winners finals.
Yep, the control comes in. There we go. A
Wow.
ticket taken off. 2 cleaned up. And there you have it. Slop is just going to be a dream killer. 2 left to take on essentially, what is that, 12?
Yeah, it's a 2v12 right now. My favorite statistic to do is the strikeout final fight up here, but still trying to fight this. MS is pushing it, walking right into the assault rifle here, just spraying, hoping he's the last player left, but there's no chance. Rolling right into the Halo drones, and all the hopes for Cordiality to make it to winners finals fall out of the picture. Right Turtle saying, hey, listen, now you know why we played week 3. We wanted to play you, make it to winners finals, make it easy for ourselves. Clearly, it works out for them. A very strong performance by them. There's really no other way to say it. They were a stifling presence on the map.
Yeah, I don't want to say this too early, being the bad cop and all, but I think Right Turtle might just be my favorite team. I'm a little biased. I got a little caster bias going on right now, Kresnik. I think that, I'm rooting for them all the way. And it's not because they're from Paladins, I swear to God.
You're just an EU fan.
That's right. EU all day.
Yeah, right. They're the EU team. They're the ones kind of repping it for them and holding on and being successful against the Justice NA sort of dominance that they've had for quite a while. Right Turtle, one of the few to really contest against it, and you can see why. Because remember, this is a team that 3 weeks ago beat Justice in week 1 in semifinals, and now they are getting kind of just put to work by the members. Yeah, that way. That's team play, right? That's team play. That's trust.
Yes.
Pulsa says, all right, I don't need to fight this. My team's got it. I'm fine. I'm just going to sit pretty and let them handle it basically on their own. And Slop kind of did handle him on his own for a lot of this map.
Oof, Slop just on one. He absolutely cracked. I mean, the whole series. The guy is just unreal. Cannot wait to see more from him tomorrow. I hope that whatever his routine is, whatever he ate for breakfast, he just keeps it all the same.
Yeah, keep it all the same. Definitely. He's wearing his lucky clothes. Then keep it on, whatever shirt. Maybe wash it. It's only one day. Maybe don't. Don't take my advice though. I would wash it. I'm a little weird about that one, but still, the end of this, that was the devotion that Rixie that was hitting true and hitting great in that one round, but not able to consistently do it, especially once 2 devotions came up on the other side. There's that one courtesy of MS, and then Slop picked his up a little bit later to continue that reign of terror that Right Turtle were able to maintain.
Good Lord, I love that one. That one is amazing. Then he gets one dink. He almost got the 2-tap. He just barely missed it, and that would have given him the triple. The mirror match, he was winning that one all day. Just a brilliant display from the boys on Right Turtle. 14, good Lord, 14 downs. And then just an amazing amount of assists coming out of the team. They were just swarming all over Cordiality all series long. It was a pretty good map, number 1, but the rest of it was all Right Turtle. And it was a darn good night of Roko.
Oh, for sure. And by the way, don't forget that Canals game started 7-0. just to remind everybody, that was a 7-0 that they got a couple rounds on defense on. I mean, what a...
Okay, good cop.
It was a tough one. Oh, yeah, you're good. All right, I'm bad cop now. All right, so I'm bad. We'll flip it around here. But respawns, Red Turtle are looking fairly unstoppable. Couple rounds lost once they had to go to the unfavored side on Canals, but just that 3-0 on Strikeout, that 2-0 on Favela's King of the Hill. Tough to play against when they're hitting the shots the way that they were. And it's getting... Actually, you know what? Maybe it's because it's so early this time that they're playing. Sometimes these tournaments go real late. These guys are EU. It's getting around midnight for them.
Oh, good point.
They're used to playing until 4 a.m. This one's wrapping up pretty quick because of how that bracket went. Maybe they're just awake, ready to go, and ready to continue into that winner's bracket tomorrow. Once they move forward, obviously. I mean, Gaming Gorillas versus Justice Roko not done just yet, but Right Turtle have already secured their spot in the winner's bracket finals, waiting for the other side. Cordiality will be knocked down to losers, where they will play against the winner of either Innovators versus Takers V2, or the winner of Corrupted Minds versus Empire of the Sun. Those are last 4 standers down there in the bottom, but looking at this again, like we were mentioning before, not really a ton of surprises coming out of this, and looking at this losers, like we mentioned, no surprises up top, but looking at who's moved on, Takers taking down Nice Mink. Nice Mink was a team that I was told to look out for if you looked at Blue's kind of pre-bracket rundown. And also the Innovators, they took down the Homie squad after that performance earlier. That's a good round by them. Innovators, that bottom seeded team, we said it, they're moving through.
Oh, I bet that one was extremely entertaining. But yeah, I mean, ever since the big upsets are happening, we're gonna see some massive stuff happening down there, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Haven't seen Takers v2. I'm not sure who's on that squad, but the rest of them just all-stars across, just a cast of beautiful, beautiful shooters. We've got pure aim gods down there.
Yeah, and actually, Takers could. I mean, there's some names I recognize on Takers. It's the old console squad: Elvin Calderon, Sinmade, Swap Bounce, Pre-Fires. Those guys, they went against. The reason they're in the losers bracket, they started against Right Turtle, a team that clearly looks like they're on a tear right now, and could keep it going. So, Innovators, Takers for the losers bracket. That, I think, a game to look out for the winner of, as a kind of star to keep kind of shredding through that losers bracket. But I mean, end of the day, again, we still have that winner side match going on. How are you kind of feeling about our whole rundown today?
Well, Krez, we saw some incredible stuff all day long. What are your big takeaways? Any final thoughts?
You gotta keep it together. You gotta stay together as a team, keep grinding, and you'll be kind of putting yourself out there as some of these teams that are really climbing right now, right? Like Innovators performing against in the first match we're able to watch today. You see this Takers team now apparently starting to run through the lower bracket against some other really strong teams. My final thoughts are these teams that are staying together longer are working. Right Turtle, they're sticking it out. Justice, they're all these teams that have been together. Stick together, keep grinding, and you can make it here to the main event. But I'm hoping for another Right Turtle run through tomorrow. I think it's possible they're looking in prime form.
Yeah, I think that is going to do it for today. Good night, Krez. It's been a pleasure casting with you. And that will be it for tonight. We've got a huge bit to do it. Same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure y'all are there. It's going to be great. Have a lovely night.
Knocked and ready. Knocked and ready. Bam!